Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Okie dokie. Hi, everybody. Greetings. Alexander Ganda and Barry. How y'all doing? I have a little bit of a stomach upset that I do not know where it came from. And so I'm a little slightly under the weather at the moment. But I'm going to do some of this. Hey, Pearl. I'm going to go back over a couple of the chapters just briefly. And one of the things that is, hey, Chloe, how are you? Is important in the dance with the wheel, the medicine wheel. Um, and I want to choose the right word here. I would say it's imperative. That's a word. It's important. That's a word. It's necessary, a necessity, maybe, in that some of these things, um, like, for example, hearing the earth song. Now, I have talked about this over the years about you can hear the drum, you can hear the heartbeat of Mother Earth somewhere, some at some time, somebody's is drumming. And so, with that said, you know, if you just allow yourself to hear it, you can hear that doom, 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 doom. And so, hearing the earth song is important for all of this. Hey, Jody, how are you? And it says this estimated time is a quiet place, and if desired, a notebook or something if you want to write it down or whatever. But that it takes 10 minutes at least, 5 when you have done the visualization a few times. So to start with, you got to sit comfortably, take a few really deep breaths, allow your breath to go through as much of your body as it can. You close your eyes and relax. Be aware that the earth is beneath you, even if you're on the 15th floor of a skyscraper. Feel your energy connecting with the energy of Mother Earth. When you are relaxed and you feel connected, just listen. Do you hear something fade at first and then louder? You will hear a beat that sounds like a drum. Now, I have mentioned this, and it helps it is if you've heard the drum before, because it's like you might be hearing something, but it might be a piece of machinery far off. But so if you can listen to some tribal music, there's a lot of stuff on the internet that has dancing or powwow music or whatever, so that you can hear the drum um, physically. And then so now you got this recording in your head, and so when you are quiet and calm yourself and you listen for the drum, the heartbeat, if you've heard the drum before, it helps. It helped me. So um, listen closer. Tum, 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 tum. The drum beat you hear first is the beat of your own heart. Maybe. It goes slower drum beat. You feel your heart slow to a beat. I never heard my heart beat and then it slow down. So for some people, maybe this is useful, but I swear it. But I've been doing this for so many years now, and I'm not quite sure how I heard it. It's been a bunch of years now, But when I first got this book, it said to listen. And so, having already heard and been to powwows and knowing what that feels like, and the drum, and having, yeah, I haven't, the idea of that you hear your heartbeat and all this, not so much. But if you've heard the drum before, just relax, and the biggest thing is just allow it to happen. Now, your focus of the meditation, quite simply, is that you want to hear the heartbeat. You want to hear the drum. So that's all. You don't try to hear it. You just want to hear it and then allow it. So it's something you just absolutely cannot force. Because there was a period of time where I was forcing it. Now, come on, I know you're out there somewhere. And then in my visits with White Dove, she told me, she goes, no, you have to give it up. And I was like, what do you mean? She goes, you can't force it. You can't push the river, right? Oh, so then as I relaxed and I allowed it to happen, then I did hear it. And I've been hearing it ever since for the last, I don't know, 25 years ish. So now in the book, for those folks who may not have it, yeah, White Dove, yeah, she was a just beautiful inspiration to me back in the early 2000s, 2001, 2, 3, 4, and even 2005 ish. And she used to literally come and sit and ride with me in my truck to work. And I asked her, I said, who are you? You're sitting right there, kind of thing, glowing in in the passenger seat. I am White Dove, she said, of the Cherokee Nation. Now, I tried to find out if there was any information about White Dove of the Cherokee Nation, even when I was in Cherokee, asking folks, have you ever heard of White Dove? Are there any things that are related to White Dove? You ever heard? No. And they were like, who in the hell are you asking us here at the, Cherokee City thingy there? And I'm not sure if it's in North Carolina or Tennessee. Anyway, must be North Carolina. Yeah. Um, and I had some of the elders there that I'm walking around town and asking, that they looked at me like, who is this crazy white man asking about White Dove? I never got an answer. I tried to um, do a little digging when I was in North Carolina and so forth, and it subsequently in other areas, and I have not heard. So White Dove came to me to teach me, and I am so grateful that she did. But in these things, she taught me to be quiet. Your brain already knows what you want. You want an answer to this. Who am I? Am I really of Indian descent or no? No, Chloe. White Dove had a special mission to teach me. That's She was like an angel specifically to teach me these Indian ways. Um, I'm trying to find out where. Oh, yeah, she glowed white. She was dressed in beautiful white buckskin. Oh my goodness. I fell in love, quite frankly. She was a beautiful entity and very patient and very, very wise, just very, very wise. So now, for those in going over the there are ceremonies. So one of the things first you make the medicine wheel, right? And in the other video we tried, I'll put it up here again. I'm trying to find the page. I wish I don't know how to do the share page thing or whatever, but So anyway, here is the configuration. Now it's a cross, right? So many stones. There's 36 stones altogether in this particular configuration. So we're going to talk about the center stone here and this little ring of stones right there, right now. So hearing the earth song and that drum beat and so forth, um, I say it's key to learning how um, to do things, how to be quiet, how to listen, how to, you know. So, chapter 2 is ceremonies and respect. If you live your life in a harmonious way, always respecting the sacred circle and all other beings in it, every step you take can be a ceremony that celebrates your connection with the Creator. So every time you go within the circle to pray, to ask, whatever, that for every step in the wheel, for everything that you do, is a, I'm sorry, love, um, is a ceremony. So, you know, walking to the store could be a ceremony. I have heard my heart, but it sounded like a drum. That's good. That's good, Mark, honestly. And how you doing, Mark? So most people must learn this way of life because so much of what they have been taught has separated them from the sacredness that surrounds them. So for native folks, um, all the woods, all the trees, ants, bushes, you know, grass that comes up in the middle of the sidewalk, in the cracks in the sidewalk, you know, um, you'll find that there is a connection with the Creator and all of Earth's children. That means plants, trees, animals, bugs, you name it. For those to be as helpful as possible, you must approach them with respect. So everything that you waiting to see bear tonight, Mark, I pulled the bear card when I was doing story and myths and legends with Robert V. Just a couple hours, an hour ago ish. But bear, I pulled the bear card, by the way. So sometimes people new to ceremony and to the circle of life feel unsure how to show their respect. Earth ceremonies seem alien to them. They want to participate fully, but they don't know how to begin. I went through this for many years. That's why you're waiting. The most important thing to remember about ceremony it is that it is a way for humans to give back to creation some of the energy that they are always receiving. So, by lighting a candle, burning sage, or whatever, and saying thank you to the universe, is our human way of thanking the universe for everything that we get, right? So, the Earth Mother constantly gives us two leggeds a surface on which to walk, a place to put our feet. Father Sun warms us, and Grandmother Moon brings dreams. The element of earth gives us a place to grow food and the ability to make homes and tools. Through ceremony, we learn how to give back. So the give back is just the prayer that you give. It's the energy that you say thank you for. It's the offering of the tobacco. It's the offering of smudge. It's the offering that you took time to sit and be quiet for a few moments and say thank you. So, this idea of ceremonies have to be very regulated, or they got to last for hours and you got to have drumming. And no, that's not true. So you could say a prayer in the morning and you could say, everywhere my feet touch the ground today will be a thank you to Mother Earth. And folks say, well, that just sounds stupid. Well, is it? Everywhere I walk today outside, barefoot or shoes, that for every step I take, I'm thanking Mother Earth for the privilege of being here. That's a ceremony, and your intent. So ancient peoples knew the importance of ceremony. Throughout their year, they would celebrate different parts of the earth through this vehicle. They would have seasonal ceremonies, deer dances, strawberry festivals, you name it. When humans participate in ceremony, they enter a sacred space. Everything outside of that space shrivels in importance. Time takes on a different dimension. Emotions flow more freely. The bodies of participants become filled with the energy of life, and this energy reaches out and blesses the creation around them. All is made new, and everything becomes sacred. So, for every step you take on Mother Earth, you're actually, after once you make that ceremony or commitment or whatever, you now are participating in a sacred ceremony. Self generated ceremonies are very different from traditional ceremonies. Traditional ceremonies like the pipe ceremony or the sweat lodge have been handed down to the generations of native peoples. In traditional ceremonies, it is important that the ceremony is done in an exact way. Many, many traditional ceremonies can call some very powerful spirit helpers. These helpers must be treated in the appropriate manner. In other words, you don't disrespect the spirits that you call to help with whatever that you're doing in the ceremony. Bless the people, help the people, bring knowledge to the people. Um, the only way to learn traditional ceremonies is to study with a medicine person who knows them. And that's very true. The only time to perform traditional ceremony is when that medicine person has given you specific permission to do so. So, one of the reasons I didn't do certain ceremonies back in the day was because I wasn't sure. And even though my medicine man teacher person said, Dave, you got it 95% of it. I was only missing little small portions. So, over my many years of study and watching and participating and the dream time, I had these ceremonies down. But I had to make sure. But the shaman medicine man, he said, now, this needs to be like this, and that needs to be like this, and this is going to be like that. And I was like, crap, I was almost there, wasn't I? Yeah. So who taught you this? He asked me. The universe. So, but I wouldn't do the ceremony until I was given permission to do so. Now, that's a sure enough traditional ceremony. You're going to do, I don't know, a fire ceremony, a water ceremony, something full moon ceremony. And there are certain things that must be done in the correct order. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have a full moon ceremony of your own. But if you're going to call it a traditional ceremony, nah. But it is a ceremony. It is still sacred. Okay, understand that. Um, when you first become involved in ceremonies, you might be tempted to try to speed your learning so that you can provide healing to people and the earth as quickly as possible. That is not a good idea. Part of being gentle with yourself in ceremony is going slowly. So if you try to rush it in any way, eh, please don't. Um, Ceremony is a wonderful teacher of patience, and some ceremonies contained you might find yourself standing or sitting for hours with drumming or chanting. Yeah, do you have you seen this? It is Dancing with the Wheel. It's a Sun Bear book, um, and it is a fireside book published by Simon and Schuster. Um, anyway, Sun Bear is one of the people behind this. So anyway, several people have bought this book. It's on the internet. You can buy it. So, and if you're serious about this, you just got to get it. You know, like most events in life, ceremony has a beginning, a middle, and an end. However, the that end is the beginning of another ceremony. The circle continues just as it does with all things. So if you do a ceremony inside the circle and you start it, you have the middle, and then when you say, okay, you end it, you blow out your candles or smudge or whatever it is that ends it. But simply because that particular prayer is done, because it is done within the circle, the medicine wheel, the prayer continues. So the next time you come in, you're kind of picking up where you left off on the last ceremony that you did inside the circle, the medicine wheel. If you're working with a teacher, ask them if you're working, if you're doing it right, kind of thing. Um, if you allow yourself to relax into the music or the movement or whatever it is that is moving, you should make your so none of the ceremonies that are in this book should make you feel uncomfortable. If you are or whatever, then there's a restlessness that you have not worked with. If you are doing a ceremony and you feel a churning in your stomach or tightening in your solar plexus, be wary. If this ever happens, it is best to stop. Cleanse yourself and cease whatever it was that you were doing. There are a lot of spirit helpers in the ethers, and some of them can be more mischievous or harmful than helpful. If you feel in doubt about the energies of a place or of a ceremony, stop it and tell the spirits that you don't want anything to do with them. If you just say no firmly, they won't bother you. Mm. Some of them mischievous spirits can get quite mischievous and annoying and persistent. And so one of the things you can just say no, please leave or whatever. And if the feeling persists, then you get a little bit more serious and you say, I respect you and your whoever you are and your existence, but please respect my spirit and my. So bring up the respect thing, you know, honor me, so I honor you. I'm not calling you any bad names, but, please leave me alone and honor me and my existence and my prayer. And you can just still say no, but in my experiences over the many years now, what is it, 12, 13, 14 years? Anyway, it's, I mean, when I was seriously started to do ceremonies, I first off, I was like, "Oh, y'all get away and leave me alone. I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I am the protector of this land." And they kicked my mortal ass all over the place. And so then, through White Dove and some other, I learned that you simply cannot do that. You have to request those, negative entities that are around me respect my space and please, leave me alone, be quiet, go someplace else. But to demand that they leave and that you are the, don't do that. Please don't do that. Please, they will kick your butt. So, but anyway, so in the respect of the ceremonies, even if it's a negative entity that's being mischievous, and it will happen. Stop what you're doing. I can't express that enough. We had some entities that were um, literally conjured up to screw with the ceremony that I was doing. And we saw these dark entities just come, go under the ground and come up inside the circle because I was still green at this. It was one of my first big ceremonies for other people. And I forgot to bless the down. I went four corners, and but they had not taught me about four places: the up and the down and the inside. And I was like, oh crap. So when you sage or do whatever a sacred circle, I mean, if it's a big circle and you're going to have a ceremony, then you must think of it not as a dome around the space. You have to think of it more of a sphere. So I was thinking dome. We're all protected, nothing can get in. But what about under the ground and coming up? Boy, did I learn a big lesson. We had to stop immediately because it's very harmful and can be. It screwed with some folks' heads because we were right in the middle of something. And so if there's some kind of queasiness or whatever, the stomach is telling you. It's that fail safe, I guess, that, hey, stop. And you don't have to um, hang on a sec. Oh, it's 122. That's why I'm stopping. I haven't had a good bowl all night. Um, that you can't feel guilty or feel bad or no, I'm just going to keep on going. Nah. Well, I'm not sure. If you got queasiness and something don't feel right, please stop because it might not be your fault. Seriously. Some of these ceremonies, and if your intention is good and so forth, some of these guys, you've got three or four spirits hanging around in your area, and, two of them are really good. Another one's just like black, kind of neutral, doesn't really give a shit. And then you've got one that just like, let me see if I can screw with him. Ooh, let's change this, or let's move this, or, and if that happens, please stop whatever you're doing. If that happens, please stop. So, um, yeah, like most events in life, ceremony has a beginning, a middle, and an end. However, the end is the beginning of another ceremony. The circle continues just as it does with all things in life. Most ceremonies begin with some form of cleansing. Smudging is the form most often used in earth ceremonies and is often used in ceremonies of other religions, from the incensing of the Orient to the frankincensing of the Catholic Church. I was an altar boy. I put that incense in there and that little thing. That whole church was just full of smoke. I loved it. Not so much Catholic Church, but I loved that incense. The herbs most often used for smudging are the plants of the spirit keepers: sweetgrass of the north, tobacco of the east, sagebrush of the south, and cedar of the west. Now, it has been said by folks that I have, worked with, that if you can't get sage and you can't get this or you can't get that. Get some cedar, get some. It has to do with, uh, all right, way back in the day when the animals were all talking together. And the big animals got to Creator and said, listen, we're big critters here. And the white man has moved in, and people have started shooting at us and killing at us. And we've noticed that if it was colder outside, they have more trouble because it's too cold, and we can go in and hibernate. Well, now the little critters told Creator, they said, no, we can't, no, because y'all go in and hibernate, but me and the rabbits and the raccoons and everything, the snow, if there's more snow, if there's more wintertime and more snow, they they can spot our tracks in the snow and follow us. That doesn't help us. We can't hide. And so Creator thought about it, and he was like, well, so the animals also said, well, if there's too much snow and then there's nothing green growing, then those things that we need to heal us are covered in snow. It's not their season. And so Creator said, well, here's the deal. For every illness, there is a plant. And even in the wintertime, when death has come to the earth in the form of snow and winter, and all the trees and plants have lost their leaves and so forth, you will know by the pines, by the cedar, by those plants that are evergreens. Because this is my promise to the animal kingdom and also to the humans, in that no matter what time of year it is, you will know that I am providing with, evergreen trees. But anyway, so it came about that Creator said, look, we're going to leave it like this, but, know that the evergreens will always be there. And it is my promise to you that spring will be just around the corner kind of thing. So that's how it got settled out. So if you are in an area where there is no sage or something, and you just can't get whatever, then if you take one of the evergreens and cedar and some others, and pick up some of the dried, and some of the green, and you can use that to smudge because Creator said this is a sacred tree by the fact that it stays green all year. So, and I've heard that from many people, and I've read it in a place or two. So, if I don't have sage to smudge with, there are other things that you can use. So, moving right along. Um, let's see. Sweet grass calls in the positive energies. Tobacco absorbs either positive or negative. Sagebrush drives out negativity. And cedar cleanses. You may also add many of the other medicine wheel plants to your smudge mixture. Using the plant will help to call in the power that it represents. So plants have power, rocks have power, trees have power. I mean, so because um, they are all part of the universe, they are our relations. Um, Here's one. It's a simple ceremony. It's called centering yourself through drumming. You need a drum and a drumstick, and it says 15 minutes minimum. And so the simple ceremony is that drumming is most effective when you know your drum well. This means that you should set aside time to practice drumming as often as possible. So if you don't have a drum, well, I have used garbage cans upside down. Like those guys that do the garbage can lids and this and that, and they make percussions. Anything for me, if I didn't have a drum, I'd find something that sounded like a drum, you know, and use it. Going to have to visit a cedar tomorrow. Yep. Look on the ground for some of the dried because it will burn better. So, to begin drumming, you should quiet yourself and listen to your own heartbeat. Sometimes I don't hear the heartbeat, but I will still be quiet. Begin to drum your heartbeat on the drum. Well, that's really fast. Boom, 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 boom. As your heartbeat shifts, allow your drumming to change. Now, it's for me, it's more of just a internal feeling as to how the drum goes versus following my heartbeat. Because sometimes I just can't hear my heartbeat. So, but I know my heartbeat's about 65, 70 beats per minute, which is a little too fast for drumming. That's like boom, 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 boom. And sometimes the feeling in me is boom, 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 boom. So my suggestion to you is that this book says follow your heartbeat, but I would say follow your instinct. And if you want to just bang the hell out of that drum and it needs to be like that, then at the moment, that's what it means. So, but if you sit with your drum and you might start out with a, intermittent and then let the rhythm of your body move into the drumstick and to the drum. If you're trying to listen to your heartbeat and you can't hear it, then you go, what the hell, right? But do what you feel is right, not what you think you should do, but allow the feeling. If your drumming is accompanying a chant, listen to the chant first. Make the drum beat complement the chant, not compete with it. That's always true. Under no circumstances should you drown out the chant with the drum. Sometimes your enthusiasm, when you're in a chant drum, the drum will get louder than the chant at times. Try to avoid that if possible. Get out of my drink. That gum moth landed in my coffee to have a drink. Now go on. They ain't supposed to be here anyway. Shoot. Um, you can become more proficient at drumming by listening to chanting or drumming tapes and drumming along with them. That's absolutely true. At the end of the chant, you make several rapid beats which serve the purpose of sending the song out to spirit and announcing the song is completed. Now, that's to center yourself. Now, there are lots of other things here in the book. I'm not going to go through every one of them. Centering yourself through nature. Find a place in nature that feels safe and comfortable. As you stand there, be aware of the earth under your feet and the sun touching your head. Feel the breeze on your skin. Well, what if the sun ain't out? What if it's already in the. So you got to take some of these things with a grain of salt. So if you're going to go out into nature and center yourself, you feel the energy of the universe. You know it's there, you know it's around. If the sun is not like shining right on you, you can understand that the sun is out and the sun grows. And so it might not be right on you and it might not be the exact words are in here. But the idea is that it's the sun and the moon and the universe, right? So hear the sounds of nature and allow them to pass through you, increasing your ability to center. Relax your body as much as you can, paying particular attention to your knees, your stomach muscles, and your jaw. Follow your breathing. Now, apparently, that you're standing. Okay. So there's different ways to center yourself, and offering to the six directions: tobacco, cornmeal, a strand of hair, or some other offering meaningful to you. So offering your energy to the universe, grounding through the eyes, sending the energy out from ceremony. If you're doing a ceremony alone, when you feel grounded in your body, think about the ceremony and the energy it has generated. Feel that energy within your body. Reach down and send this energy into the earth. Reach your hands up and send the energy to the Creator. If you're working in a group, wait until the people are grounded in their bodies. Then ask them to take a moment to think about the ceremony and the energy it has generated. Have them follow the same procedures you would if you were working alone. So, in other words, if you reach down to put the energy into the earth, then you instruct the others, like, okay, all the way around the circle, and say, so you're going to start with you and you put your energy, then you, all the way around. And when it gets back to the same person, then you lift your arm to the sky and you give that energy. So then the next person does it. It's sort of like the wave. So, but each person goes clockwise, generally around the circle. If it's just you and one other person, then you are the leader. If you are the progenitor of the ceremony, then you should do it first, and then other people will follow in the order that they are, standing or sitting. Okay. So here's Walbon, spirit keeper of the East. So now here's chapter 3: the center circle and the spirit keeper stones. So there's one in the middle, and the keeper stones are right around it. Here, let me take a short break. Dang, that took 42 minutes. Well, that took a long time, didn't it? But this is all important, okay? Now, if you have the book, you can read into the chapters and you can do these things. But in my experience, and I've had this book for a long time, and also in talking with others, sometimes what's written here, not everybody has the same vision. Not everybody can hear their heartbeat. Not everybody. So instead of it frustrating you because you can't do a particular thing, you do the next best thing. You imagine you can hear your heartbeat, or you just imagine hearing the drum. Where forget about your heartbeat if that ain't in it. Don't worry about it. If you can hear your heartbeat, then good. But don't let it slow you down or stop you from doing a ceremony because you can't hear your heartbeat. Anyway, to live, humans, both individually and as a species, need the help of every power represented on the medicine wheel. However, there are some powers that do not need humans. They existed long before human beings. These are the powers honored in the center of the wheel and in the four cardinal directions. There's energy in everything. And if you are following the law of one and you respect all things and want to walk a true path, and you're doing it as much as you can, um, we slip up. We're human. But there are people who slip up, like in the Catholic religion and folks that I knew. Okay, oh well, I'll just go to confession. Well, wait a minute. So you just broke the rules, but I can go to confession. Wait a minute. You shouldn't have done it to begin with. Yeah, but I can go to confession. That's the wrong attitude. Okay. Um, the stones of the center circle and of the spirit keepers represent the powers, the energies from which all other life is formed. They are the first beings, the building blocks for everything else. These forces surpass human understanding. It is only by experiencing them that true comprehension comes. I would absolutely agree with that. If you just sit around and go, yeah, yeah, but when you truly do a ceremony and you feel something from the ceremony and your energy or whatever it is, or you have a vision or whatever, and you will, it will change your life because why? It's just motions. But then when the motions that you do actually create or whatever, create thought, sometimes it's just thinking, sometimes it's just, understanding something. And sometimes it's more than that. But here to the point though, when you actually do a ceremony and something comes out of that, it's super duper. Um, the building blocks of everything else. These forces surpass human understanding. It is only by experiencing them that true comprehension comes. In the past, it was solely to the shamans, the medicine people, who would reach out to these powers. These forces were perceived as too mysterious and dangerous for other people to seek. And that's true. Why do they have a priest? Well, because can't have everybody knowing how to say mass. Can't have everybody knowing the secrets. Can't have everybody. So there are appointed ones, right? So, but this book and other things is that each of us, if we are truly cognizant of what we're doing, each of us are shamans in training. If you're trying to walk that good red road, you're a shaman in training. Now, as to what you're going to do, are you going to be a great healer or that? How about just being a good person? How about, sometimes helping somebody when they drop their groceries or help them get out of a car, help an old lady cross the street. But the point is that those acts of kindness that you do is walking the good red road. Now, did you save someone's life today? Did you cure them of cancer or no? But what did you do? Well, I was kind to my kids and neighbors and stuff. And I cooked for the health of my family. And, wait a minute, that's all good. That's all part of it. So you're not out doing ceremonies and drumming for hours and chanting and stuff, but you are with your energy and the kindness, hopefully, that you would present, feeding the dogs, feeding the cats, feeding the kids, feeding the neighbors, feeding the universe, whatever it is, right? So if it's positive energy and you're trying your best to do it, then it's ceremony, you know? Um, at this time on the earth, when men when man questions the existence of the creator, when man threatens the continued existence of the earth mother, when man has truly tried to steal fire from father son in the form of nuclear power, when man has walked on grandmother moon and torn off parts of her surface, when man both creates and destroys the elements, convincing himself he can achieve a new balance. When man forgets the spirit keepers and all that they represent, it is necessary for as many humans as possible to seek these spirit powers bravely because of all of the misjudgment, of all of the fracking, and you name it. So, the medicine wheel provides you with tools for this exploration, tools that will help you understand the mysteries and avoid the dangers. We are the men, they are the humans. when when men were men and girls were girls. But anyway, yeah, that's interesting there. By That's a good one, Mark. By reaching for knowledge of these powers, you help to bring balance to yourself and the earth. Now, what are these powers? There are folks that are out there like looking for power, where it's the power to discern right or wrong. It's the power of being able to tell when danger is near, your intuitive senses, the power of being able to be compassionate, the power to be prayerful. That wait a minute, but well, yeah, but I want the power to shoot laser beams out of my eyes. You got the wrong idea about power. Uh, I'm, well, I want to be able to fly. Well, okay. What if you can fly in your dream time in the astral? I've been doing that since I was a little kid. So, this idea that there are these powers that people want, there's the power of influence. And I've talked about this in previous videos where, White Dove taught me. She said, you have to be kind to all peoples, whether they like you or not. They think you're a freaking idiot. They think you're a moron. They think you're a maroon. Um, and you just have to look past it, have to smile and be kind. And when I was working at Prestolite, where there was over 750 people working, two shifts came out and gave me a going away present. Gave me a going away dinner and things and stuff. And 500 of them, 750 people, were there that last Friday. I was there when I lost my job. So where there was an assistant plant manager that nobody gave him a going away thing. They didn't like him. So I went from being that hated guy that was always on people to get to do things proper. I changed my attitude. I changed how I spoke to people. And then all these people came to say goodbye to me because I had changed, not them. But by my changing, I changed them and their perception. So that, and it isn't that power, the power of friendship, the power of being nice to people, the power of influence without being, weird about it. So somebody would give me this, well, I don't know if I could do that. And I'd say, I bet you can. All we need to do is practice. I'll show you how. Well, I don't know. Well, come on. You don't know until you try. Versus, well, I told you to do this goddamn thing, and if you don't get your ass to work, we're gonna fire your ass. We're gonna put you. No. So you can get more with honey than you can with vinegar, kind of thing. So, but that's a power that is so strong. I've talked about when I was, directing plays as, in theater and so forth, and the power of suggestion without beating somebody up and getting them to do what you want without forcing them to be able to pull out of a person who's never been on stage before and turn them into a really good actor or actress. And I've got several really good stories of that and how those people have come back to me and thanked me over the years for being patient with them and giving them the opportunity to be what they could be. So it wasn't about how good I was, it was about how good can I help you. So, but there are people who, now, let me back up slightly. Now, did it benefit me? Yes, but not in the way that you would think. Did I get a new house and a boat and a car and all? No. the benefits that I got were all the people that I helped. The benefits were they were able to progress. They were ever able to be better people. And by my helping them to be better, then the world was better. And it came back to me in that, thank you, Mr. Dave. Thank you for your help and your understanding. Thank you for your kindness. And it just made me cry. It still does. But that you can have that kind of influence without expecting anything in return for yourself. What I expected was these people to do their best, you know, versus what am I getting out of this? My true selflessness. I wanted them to do their best. Okay. So, with that, this power. So, the power of the plants, the power of bear, the power of fox, the power of, you know, what do you want the power for? What are you going to be using it for? Why do you seek the power? Now, I ended up with power, but all I was doing was seeking knowledge. Well, if I can't, I want to be effective, right? I want to be an effective engineer, and I want those people to, they don't have to necessarily like me, but I would love for them to be able to follow, the procedures that Ford or Chrysler wants. And I want them to have their jobs, make it easier for them. I want everybody to, so, and that's really what I wanted. And so I got it, but with help from White Dove and a lot of meditation and saging and so forth. But what did that power get me? Okay. And I get to keep my job longer. Why? Because I worked it out so people got along better. Our production went up. The amount of tooling and pieces of machinery that crashed and broke that we had to work on, and all the expense and downtime, that got like 50% better within the first couple of months. We had weekly meetings for 15 minutes to discuss things and let folks know what was going on. And people bitched about having to go to this 15-minute meeting on Friday. But it was like, listen, on Monday, this is how this is going to be. Y'all understand? Any questions? Get with me on Monday. And we made the system work simply by cooperating. That's the power of cooperation. I mean, so these powers that you seek, why do you seek them? I wanted these, I wanted to keep my job. And by keeping my job, I had to get these people to work together. I had to help them understand that if you do this, you break $2,000 worth of tooling and you're down for 2 hours, which is a crap lot of downtime and scrap. And, so my job was to make it better. So how to make it better? It surely wasn't by screaming and hollering at people. I tried that. And within 2 weeks, that was out. So then I asked Creator for help, and it came in the form of White Dove. And so the power, what power do you seek? Why do you seek it? There are people who are, oh, well, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to cast a spell, and I'm going to do with that. Why? If the universal law says that if you do something like, I want this person to like me, and if they don't like you, that casting a spell on someone or whatever, a love potion or whatever, that is against nature. You are forcing something, and you know. So, but in this understanding of the universe, yeah, what I'm getting is joy. There were times when it was really stressful on me because there were some folks who would just absolutely refused to get along with anybody, especially with me. But I let the other people get onto them because they'd go, "Hey, you're bringing our productivity down. You were down 4 hours yesterday, piddling around, and we saw you. And Mr. Dave's over here trying to help you get better. and to keep up your production. And we had to make up what you lost. We had to work 2 hours over this week because you were piddling around on your machine. So I didn't have to say anything. They got when the group got together. Um, they would pick on each other, like, "Hey, look, Mr. Dave's here showing you how we can do this easier and better, and we won't have to work as hard. We won't be breaking stuff. We won't be down. We won't have our supervisors on our butt." And if you just listen, because I would present it in such a common, easy way and give them training. So they couldn't say, "Well, he told us this was how it's going to be, but he didn't show us how to do it." And I showed him. And I showed him again. And then I went back over another training session and I said, "Now you show me how to do it." Hey, Katniss, listen, you sent me a message, I think, about cards. Ask the question again. I have remembered and forgot, and I didn't somehow seem appropriate to put the message back as on a comment, if that makes sense. You bought some cards or something? Ask me again, please. So anyway, so the center circle. So I'll show you this picture here to remind y'all. Carpetbagger. Yeah, what about it, Katniss? You were wondering about it, but wondering what? Okay, so there's the center stone, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stones around it. Okay, and they each have a designation. These animal cards, um, the book is called Medicine Cards. Okay, and you got a piece of paper? It's Barron Company, Santa Fe, New Mexico. There's a Library Congress catalog. Barron Company, P.O. Box 2860, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504. These go back to the 1988. Copyright by Jamie Sams and David Carson. Yeah. And these are medicine cards, is what they're called. And I know some other folks have purchased these on Amazon or whatever. And it's the discovery of power through the ways of animals is on the front cover here. So, but it's Barron Company. You're welcome. Now, I've talked about today's supposed to be National Tarot Card Day, or it might have been yesterday. For us here, it's 1:58 a.m. in the morning time here. It's an hour and 3 minutes. It's not only a book, but it's the whole card thing. And if you'll hold on a second, y'all don't take me off of task, please. But I'll show you this. I think. Hang on. I thought it was right here. These were a present to me, and you might be able to find them at Barnes and Noble or something like that. But this Barron Company. But this is what the package look like. So it came in this, box with the cards and everything, and some extra cards um, that you could put your own animals or plants or totems or whatever in. But this was this is the package that it came in. All right. So, but anyway, I've tried tarot. I have done um, runes. Hey, Steve, how are you? And I gotta say, of all the things that I've tried over the many years, and I'm I wasn't I wasn't into like doing card readings for other people. I was doing it just for myself, just try to learn. But then I found out that I somebody asked me about to do a room reading for them, and I did. And I have done a type of palm reading, we'll say, and have been very scarily accurate with some of the predictions or things that I have done. Basically, years ago when I was, still a teenager, 19, going on 20, um, and I've done it with other people over the years where just sit down and let me put your hands in mine and just let me just, and there are things that I've picked up for people. I've gotten slapped quite a few times because they go, "You've been looking in my way. You've been following me. It was like, there's no way you could know that. You have that deck? Where did you get yours from, Steve?" Oh, you're welcome. See, I don't do this. I'm just the messenger, you know. Um, it is very creepy how things have turned out as far as me, like for you. And there have been some other people. They say, "Man, that those cards you pulled were right on the money." I don't know how I do it. I just allow the spirits to choose them, and I'm just the vehicle. So one of the things that I don't know how other people do it, but I can't be in the way. I cannot be in the way. Okay, well, I wonder what this person. No, as I told y'all, for me, 20 years ago. Wow, Steve, I've had this. This goes back. I've had these cards for, man, almost 20 years myself, but they were a gift. Some dear friends who knew I had the talent before I knew I had the talent. How about that one? But so, you know, in learning about the wheel, it has helped me to understand the cards in that you don't try to hear the cards or feel the cards, they will just present themselves. So there are times their store is no longer in business. Hmm. So with this big center stone and the seven around it, so the center circle, the center of the Milky Way, the creator stands alone. The object depicting the creator force can be a stone of any sort. No, honey, I live in the Bible Belt. I'm sorry, Steve. Now you listen here, honey. We live in the Bible Belt down here in the South. You just in a different portion of that belt. Maybe up towards the buckle. Or I'm sorry. Maybe you're one of the holes in the belt. I'm sorry. Uh, but anyway, the center of the medicine wheel is the creator. The object depicting the creator force can be a stone of any sort, a buffalo skull, or an object of deep significance to the people building the wheel. Now, I had not heard people putting skulls in the middle, but I could understand that. Maybe you got a turtle shell or some other thing that you think would be appropriate. Maybe you're from a particular clan, or so once at a gathering near the Pacific Ocean, someone brought a whale skull from a museum to represent the creator. Other people have used crystal clusters, cow skulls, trees, and contained fires. The creator is all of these things and none of them. The creator is the beginning of life and its ending, the alpha and the omega, the great mystery within all things and around all things, the universal energy, that which many people address as God. In many Native American languages, the word for creator was not a noun. The word was a verb indicating the movement, the activity, the motion, the pulsation of this sacred, never ending force. Now, that's just interesting. So there is no word for God because the source of all things is always moving and changing. And so, because the creator is within everything, there are no totems associated with this position. So there's no eagle or frog or butterfly clam. It's none of that. All minerals, all plants, all animals, all colors, all humans, all spirits are part of the creator. Now there are many people who would like, oh yeah, but when you say and all of your relations, which means plants and animals and rocks and bugs and birds, and people go, no, I don't believe in all that. Well, then you ain't quite got it. Well, who are you to say that I ain't got it? It's just the rules. I didn't make up the rules, but you have to have this respect for all things, not just some of the things you think. It means all things: plants, animals, water, fire, scar, this. I mean, it means all of your relations. And some folks just don't want to go that far. It's okay, but ultimately, as I have learned over the years, it, I here's a good reference. The book said it earlier. You can think about it, hear it, or whatever, but until you experience it. So I was like, yeah, I believe it's all things. Yeah, I believe the rocks and yeah. And then there was an incident years ago that, when I was on the lake, on the river, up into the air I went. And what I thought I knew, made in 1999, huh? This one is a book from 1988. But anyway, glad you found it. So, but because the creator is within everything, so there are people who just, yeah, they don't want to go there. So when you are afraid, when you do not have enough energy, when you either feel fear that you can create things with your mind or that you cannot create things with your mind, you should go to the center of the medicine wheel and ask for the help that you need. When you are not quite sure, what your spiritual values are, or you feel the need for change, or when you desire an initiation into a different way of seeing life, all of these times you should go to the center of the medicine wheel, to the Creator. Now, the Earth Mother stone is the first one placed in the center circle of the medicine wheel. This stone goes slightly to the south of east, representing the love and new beginnings the Earth Mother always gives to her children. In, men, in many of our medicines, we put a potted tree and a green prayer robe by the Earth Mother stone. The tree represents the tree of life, and the green represents the vacuity of the earth. What? Anyway, the prayer robe, which is a sacred object to many native people, should only be made if you have been instructed on how to do so correctly by someone familiar with this tradition. Otherwise, you could garland your tree with a green cloth or a ribbon. If you are building a large permanent medicine wheel, you could plant a small tree by this stone, which will turn into a big tree. So be careful. The totems associated with the Earth Mother position are clay in the mineral kingdom, corn, beans, and squash in the plant kingdom, and the great tortoise in the animal kingdom. The color is forest green, and the element is earth. This is the place on the medicine wheel that teaches you about the nurturing female energy within you and about the earth herself. So, all y'all manly men still have, yeah, bonsai, that would work. But the only thing, Steve, if it's outside, make sure that bonsai will be able to make it through the season. You may have a bonsai, like if it's wintertime and a lot of snow, you might bring the bonsai in and take it back out in the spring. But anyway, good idea. Um, so a piece of green could be a small piece of cloth from something, and to represent the robe or the whatever, but it would be the color green that needs to go there. Okay. So the totems associated with the earth are clay, corn, bean, squash, and then green. Let's see. The Earth Mother Stone is the place to help you feel the earth energy more strongly. It is here you can find solace when you are feeling a deep sadness or anguish about the condition the earth is in now. Now this version was in 88. Now think this has been 30 some years, right? Almost 40. The condition of the earth then when they wrote this book ain't what it is now. It's much worse, right? But anyway, so uh the Earth Mother Stone can help you when you feel that things are not likely to change and that the condition of life on the earth approaches hopelessness. I had that feeling years ago. And then I, got visited by some angel folks that said, not yet, you know, and, white dove and that kind of thing. This is the Mother Earth stone. This is the stone to seek when the ideas of pollution, overpopulation, or earth changes overwhelm you, and when you are looking for positive solutions to all of the problems now besetting our planet. Now, there's a lot of stuff that we just can't do. We can't help it. But like for me, I don't buy plastic bottles anymore. I use cans. I can recycle the cans. I get money back. It goes back into being another can or something else. Plastic is just, you know. So, are there things that you can do? Absolutely. You can be careful with, how you run your car, change your oil, make sure your tire. There are things that you can do that so your gas usage is less without having to go to a hybrid or electrical. Oh, stay away from battery powered cars. They're not going to be the answer. Stay away from battery powered cars. Period. But anyway, there is more pollution associated with battery cars and the dead batteries and what they're going to have to do in them versus how much pollution does a fuel efficient car. Just saying. A lot of folks are coming back out. How about that, Steve? And what town are you near again? I'm being nosy. I can't remember. Kansas? Moving in a clockwise direction, the next stone is the father son. You would next place the stone honoring father son slightly to the east of south, representing the growth and clarity the sun brings to earth. In medicine wheel gatherings, we usually use another potted tree to honor this stone. With this tree is a, with this tree is a prayer robe made with blue cloth in the honor of both Father, Son, and the sky. That's right. Thank you. I did get the state right, Kansas. This stone teaches about the core masculine energy and about the active principle of the universe. This is the place to go if you need more energy, if you need warmth and expansion in your life. You would seek the sunstone to gain knowledge about the masculine principle, or if you feel a block of the masculine energy in your life. The sunstone can help your understanding if you find yourself hating men or the things that they have done. Well, I'm pissed at a lot of white men who came over here to Turtle Island and screwed this place up. But uh, I'm a He-Man haters club. Anyway, the sunstone can also teach you about discrimination, the healthy ability to set limits, to say no when that is what you want to say. Such uh, discrimination is a much needed lesson for many people today, particularly for some women who consistently give too much because of the connection between the sun and nuclear energy. This is also the place to pray if you are feeling concerned about the presence of nuclear weapons or the fear the threat of nuclear war. So the Father Sunstone, you're having anxiety. I have another bus. Yeah, click your heels together. So the next stone is the grandmother moon stone in the center that it honors grandmother moon. The stone is slightly to the west of south, honoring the trust that comes from the introspective energies of the moon. In many native traditions, the moon was considered the leader of feminine life, in part because women, like the moon, experience different phases, different cycles. Grandmother Moon teaches about a different aspect of the feminine that the Earth Mother does. This aspect of the feminine is the one strong enough to be receptive, the one strong enough to surrender to life. This aspect of the feminine is the one wild enough to seduce the active forces. visionary enough to conceive of new life coming from the old. Grandmother Moon dreams the children Earth Mother nourishes. Clicking your heels didn't work. You didn't get your vibe neither. You mean vibe, not vibrator, right? I'm sorry. The totems associated with Grandmother Moon are the moonstone, mugwort, and the loon. The loon. Anyway, the color is silver white, and the element is water. The stone representing Grandmother Moon is the place to go when you want to examine the lesser known aspects of your being. The lesser known aspects of your being. Like, how come I like to sew? Or like for me, how come I like puppets? How come I like storytelling? How many other people just don't get it, right? But it's it's in my nature. Just it's there. So let's see. This position can offer you help with your dreams and with your visions. Yeah, keep trying, Mark. Yep. Toto told Dorothy, "Have slippers, find your own way home." Toto actually took one of them off into that poppy field and buried it, and there's poor old Dorothy limping around on one slipper, how gauche is that, right? Grandmother um, Grandmother Moon can aid you in increasing your intuitive and your psychic abilities. When you go to the place of Grandmother Moon, you can learn more about your own sensuality as well as your own sexuality. You can learn about the emotional side of your being and the parts of you that defy logic. This is the stone to seek when you find yourself fearing your own deepest emotions or when you need help in understanding them. Grandmother Moon's soft, gentle light allows you to examine the shadow side of your being, the parts of yourself buried so deep you fear looking at them in the full light of day. Now, that's very interesting because, there are things as a young child that happened to me. Oh, it's 222. It was 22 after the last time I missed. But so, anyway, so these chapters and what I'm reading, uh, you know, I come back 2 years. The hell with that. I'm 69 and three quarters, damn it. I'm growing my hair long and I can be a hippie. And, anyway, um, I spent too many years being a conformist, conforming to them, right? Just so I could get by. Tough shit. It's my time. Now, in chapter one, as I recall, I don't know where in chapter one, but you can, if you can't go outside and put these stones out, you don't have a place to do it or whatever. Um, that you can make one with small pebbles and glue them to a card or a piece of poster board or something, or some cardboard or something to represent so that when you can enter the circle without it being on the ground, I mean, so you can be sitting on the floor, chair, whatever, and you're using this. It's I don't know if it's property to use the word mock-up because it is just a small version, which would be kind of sort of like a mock-up. You're building a model of something that's going to be 10 times bigger or whatever. So, but you can make these sacred wheels. Um, the And so that you pick the stone, like if it's the moonstone or father or the sun or the center stone or create whatever. But so you've got this representation. I mean, if you can't find rocks or anything, you could use seashells. You could literally just color them in on a piece of board and label them. And so that one of the things that I would say is that you should memorize what the stones are. So once you put them out on a piece of paper, this is the creator stone. And then then you come down south of east. Yeah. And there's the next one is over here, the next one is west of south, and you know what these stones are. So if you're just lying in bed or whatever, you're out on the river, so whatever you might be doing. Notice I always mention the river. Um, it's the water. I'm a water dragon. That's why. But that you can focus, you can look at it and focus in your mind's eye, and that it's laid out in a field, and you're standing next to the moonstone or the whatever stone that it is the moon in the wheel, Luna, not by its name. Um, some of those terminologies were from across the Atlantic, the lunatic, full moon lunatic. But they, it was, here, let me please read. So it's grandmother moon, it's father sky. I've heard some folks refer to the sun as grandfather sky, grandmother moon, and then there's the elemental clans. Yeah, I'm a water dragon. 1952. But that was water dragons, by the way. The Eternal clan is the clan of the earth. The Frog clan is the clan of the waters. The Thunderbird clan is the clan of fire. And so these are the stones. So you got this one, this one, this one, this one, this. So the clans are the next one in. The Frog clan, the Thunderbird clan, the clan of fire, the Butterfly clan, the clan of the air. So yeah, so those are the spirit keeper stones. So as the elements provide the building blocks for all life on the earth, so the elemental clans provide you with the building blocks that allow you to take the powers that are given to you by the spirit and put them to use in service for all people. Hey Tracy, how you doing? Much love and hugs right back. Let's see. Let me go back up here. As each element has its own way of building, so do each of the elemental clans. The gifts of these clans are as different from each other as the element of fire is from the element of water. Hey, Jules. Yeah, I've got a lot of, even though I'm not close to the water, there are a lot of dragonflies around me. So I'm taking it into consideration, like, one sits over here and kind of looks in the window, and I'm like, each time I've read the dragonfly um, card and what it means, it always refers to the iridescence in the wings of the I'm sorry, of the dragonfly, and that it was the colors of the dragon and it dragon and you know it- dragon was tricked into showing off his power and transformed into a dragonfly, and because of his hubris and own ego he got stuck there. So dragonflies used to be dragons. So it had not really fully dawned on me. I'm hearing dragons, but I'm not associating dragons. Dragonfly form. But so then the last time I read it, it kind of lingered in the back of my head. And whatever I was doing a live stream and talking about the cards and so forth. And so, but it wasn't until later on, I'm sitting here in my chair looking at my little window right there, and there's a dragonfly that keeps setting on this line outside. It's actually speaker wire to the speakers out in the shed, but I use it as a clothesline, and birds and things light on it. But there's this tiny little area because the way I'm looking at my window, it's I don't see the full window. I only because it's at an angle. I only see a little bit through the window, right? So, but there's this dragonfly that lands in a similar position, so I don't have to move. And even though it's not the full window size, it's only that portion I see at an angle. He manages to sit there so I can see. And so I'm sitting here looking out today, and I was like, now that dragonfly lands there several times a day. Now, there's a long piece of that wire he could land on, right? Outside. But when I'm inside, he seems to keep landing where I could see him. Now, it hadn't dawned on me, but, observation over the last week or so, well, there's a dragonfly again. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. There's a dragonfly again in the same spot an hour later. Now, 20 minutes later, he flies off and then comes back. But he's sitting in relatively the same spot. Otherwise, I would have to get up to see him on the wire. And so today, looking at the dragonfly, I was like, dragon, wait a minute, dragon. And a dragonfly usually likes a water source somewhere nearby. They just do. Not that they won't be somewhere else, but down in the swamps and the grasses, and there are dragonflies. But it's good hunting for them, and it's good eating for the fish if they get caught. Um, but the idea that I have critters, visit me all the time, but seeing the dragonfly like this spring, they're all over the place, and they come and I know they're special, but I had not connected the dragon part of the dragonfly with me being a water dragon. And I went, oh, holy crap. Whoa, it's just more than a dragonfly to me because of the period of time I was born. I came within 20 feet of a coyote, eh? Was he being a trickster? Chloe, they always get my attention. Uh, yeah, they have my attention. And the thing is that as I see them, I'm like, now what are you trying to remind me of? Because they're, in the yard and down in the swamp in the back and all. So dragonflies are common here versus uncommon. And them lighting on things and this and that. Uh, so, but I've noticed some peculiar animal habits this year. And again, through the windows over there, I can't see all the way full. So I'm only seeing like maybe a third of the window at the angle that I'm looking. So out yonder a ways in the yard, about 40 feet out from the house, I've got this, one of those markers that you stick in the ground that's got a red thingy on it. So to let folks know that, a reflector that you put out by your driveway. So I got one over there. Well, now it's just this plastic thing with the red on a plastic um, spike. So, but there's this. Hey, Castle, how you doing? I have a couple of barn swallows. Yeah, that's cool. So, but anyway, I've noticed that there's this male um, cardinal that like lands on top of this thing. Now, it's there's not much room up there, right? And he is able to land right on this little. It's only like this thick, right? So he flutters over and sits on, and when he lands on it, it wobbles back and forth, right? So I'm looking out there and I see this thing wobble, and with this red reflector, there is this red bird. It's a cardinal. But he'll sit there and weave back and forth, then he'll fly off. But for some reason, this cardinal loves to land on that thing. And when he lands on that thing, when I'm sitting here in a chair, it's just at the right angle where I can see him. And it's just coincidental, I'm sure, but it's like, uh, well, what? It's sort of like it landing in the same place on this wobbly. I've seen him land on just, um, I I purchased from the farm tractor supply. Um, I think they're fiberglass rods that you stick in the ground and that you can build an electric fence with. So I got some stuck in the ground to mark, don't go over here, don't run into this kind of thing. And that same cardinal will land on this thing, and the top of it ain't any bigger, honestly, than my little finger. So the diameter of this rod is about the size of my little finger. And that bird will land right on that thing and do this little thing and like look around. I don't know how he does it. I mean, he doesn't like sit and hover. He just swoops in and just lands on this thing. I'm like, I'm amazed, yay. But anyway, so seeing them landing in the trees and on top of my truck and stuff, that's all like normal. But to land on these little tiny things that are like, what? And why are you land when you've got all this area and trees and stuff to land on? Why are you landing on this little tiny, thing? And I don't know. But anyway, so going back to the medicine wheel, all right. So the birds and nature and things are showing us, talking to us, or reminded. Maybe I needed to remember because of the dragonflies that I am a dragon for whatever reason. I will check into that myself. But what those coyotes? So anyway, I want to take a hit. So chapter 3 is about the stones going around. Yeah, spirit, I am aware the spirit's guiding me. I mean, like all the time. But here's the thing, sometimes it's just a bird sitting on a limb. It doesn't mean anything else. It's just a bird sitting on a limb. It's for my enjoyment. What is peculiar though is when certain things land in almost like the exact same spot, like just time after time after time, versus an intermittent something, right? So, but anyway, So I pay attention, because there's birds flying all around. And I got a bird feeder right out that away a little ways. And there are blue jays. I haven't seen a blue jay in forever, and there's been one in the neighborhood. Woke up this morning and went outside, and I mean, it is just becoming daylight. Sun's not even up yet, and there's a female hawk out back, and not very far. Maybe about 100 yards back in the woods, back near where the clearing is. There's this female hawk that is raising immortal hell. I mean, just squawk, squawk. And I could just see her fly between two trees because it's kind of dense back there. But squawk, 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 squawk. And I was like, so what's with the hawk this morning? I didn't see anything in the sky around it or anything. It was too early in the morning for anything to be like attacking a nest or something, but it could have been, a possum or something maybe. But anyway, but sometimes the hawk is screaming. Mark says, when I'm down, the birds start singing. It's awesome. Absolutely. It's amazing how I don't get down like I used to as far as being, mentally depressed down. And it used to be all the time. So changing my philosophy of life, even when bad things have a tendency to want to come by and pluck the straw out of your hat, that, it's like, well, dang it, man, now this is sort of, but dang it, man, my truck still ain't fixed, but dang it, man, I still ain't put the new fuel pump in, and dang it, man, my exhaust is still loud, but dang it, man, I ain't put the other new parts on yet. So dang it, man. But I was on my way to do it. Oh, hey, Michelle, how are you? I was thinking about you earlier. I'm going to ask a question that makes me look ignorant. There's a coloring, um, Chloe, like in all birds. Cardinals are bright and red, and the females are brownish, tannish. So in all bird species, the male is always the brightest, colorful, and so the female is smaller but rambunctious. I mean, the times that I have looked and seen the hawks, and there's a pair of them. Do you sing back, Steve? I whistle to my birds. But anyway, you can tell, you can type in, um, and it depends on the type of hawk you got. Okay, these are red tails around me. There are smaller hawks. There are peregrine falcons that are in that hawk territory. There's some other small little kestrels that are in the hawk family, but they're real small and fast and cute and all that kind of thing. So it depends on what kind of hawk you're talking about. So, with that said, but the females are always the least brilliant. So, if you see something that's, really colorful and that looks like a big hawk, it's probably the male, probably. Um, but the female, from what I've seen, it seems like the female, no offense, ladies, but it's the female that's always doing the squawking. But she's the main protector of the nest, right? So she's laid eggs and they have hatched, which would be about now kind of thing, um, because they have nested in my backyard for years now. That so if there's something that she feels is threatening her nest or her youngins or her territory, I've seen, you know, the male hawk fly around with the female and another hawk come in to see like what's going on, and that female hawk go chase the other one. I mean, it's like, hey, I'm squawking, but that didn't mean for you to bring your dumb male ass over here to see what I'm squawking about. Get out of here. And the male that's in the, that's to this area will kind of just, do this little circle thing and stay the F out of the way. But the female hawk will just chase this other one down. It's amazing. Um, are you feeling better, Michelle? The males are flashy to get the female's attention, right? Yeah, imagine that. you know. Um, and the males will fight among themselves as we do here in the animal kingdom. You know, I think in some of the people that I've met over the years that some of these people have become turnips. I don't know, you know, um, they're turnips. They're lazy and lay in the ground, and you know, not a whole lot of people love turnips, but but so the placement of the stones of the elemental clans. So the turtle clan is first, the frog clan is second. So as we're working around the circle, the center stone, then we start with the moon, the sun, and then did it. So we're coming around the circle clockwise. And so frog clan, which is clan of the waters, Thunderbird clan, clan of the fire, and the butterfly clan is the clan of the air. And so you could read about each of these clans and what represents them. Also in this book is a chart, so that what goes with the butterfly clan is this and this and this and this. What goes with the turtle clan? This and this and this and this. I'm not going to bore you with that at the moment. Your granddaughter has surgery tomorrow. I'll send prayers right now. You're welcome, Michelle. Now, so the next stones. So here's our. Let me get this right. So there's our creator stone, and with the seven stones around it, they didn't depict it. But now we're looking at these four um, keeper stones. All right. So that's what's in the discussion next. Are these keeper stones represent the four um, directions? So now in each one of these, there's a list of things associated, a list of things associated with this one and that one. Okay. And so they're in the book. I won't bore you with what each of them are, but I am going to read a little bit of it. Man, that's some small print. I got to put my dual glasses on. Oh, so that Wabus is north. It represents the earth. Uh, Alabaster is its stone. Sweetgrass is the plant. White buffalo is the animal. A white is the color. Winter is its season. Midnight is the time of day, and those things that it represents are the elders and the newborn. So in the east, it's Waban. It's air, pipestone, tobacco, the golden eagle. The colors are gold and red. The time is spring. The time of day is dawn. And what it represents is child. Now, Chandonese, which is south, is water, serpentine, sagebrush is the coyote, is the yellow and green are the colors. The time of day is midday, and it represents adolescents and young adults. Now, this is for the time of year, which is summer. So, since summer starts it like in 2 weeks or less, then if at this time of year, versus going to the north and asking a question, unless it's really necessary. If it's in the middle of the summer, then you would go to the Chardonnays in the south and ask whatever questions and that type of thing. In the west, it says the Mujikiwis. It's fire, which is phoenix. Soapstone is the cedar, is the tree plant. Grizzly bear, the animal. Blue and black are the colors. Autumn is the time of year. Twilight is the time of day. And as it's representing, it is the adult. So the east is the child, the south is the adolescence and the young adult, the west, as you're coming around clockwise. So the west is now the adult, and it's in the twilight. And the north represents the elders and the newborn. So by the time you get back to the north rock, the Wabus, you have become the elder. And from the elder and at the new year, because it's winter, you become the newborn. What time is their surgery, Steve? Central time, I know. Oops. So for these four keeper stones, the vision of the medicine wheel showed us that each of the cardinal directions has a particular spirit keeper. As you make your journey around the wheel, it is important to be aware of the spirit keeper who is helping you at any time. The spirit keeper is a spirit being responsible for teaching Earth's children about the power of direction, the times, the seasons, the aspect of humans that they represent. The lessons of the spirit keepers are those of power in all of its forms and of the ethereal realms. Oh, you don't know if it's morning or afternoon? Well, because every time I was ever operated on, which has been several times with my neck and so forth, it was that doctor was always in the morning. When I had my leg operated on, however, it was in the afternoons. So spirit keepers are the four um, Wabus. The spirit keeper of the north is represented by the element of earth. Its mineral is alabaster. The north is the most paradoxical time of the medicine wheel. It is a time when things seem to be sleeping. Yet within this apparent dormancy, some of the deepest growth is occurring. It is in the winter when seeds lie frozen within the earth that they take themselves all of the earth's energy that allows them to grow in the seasons that follow. I would agree with that. It is in the north that our bodies always seem to grow in the seasons that fall. Oh, I'm sorry. It is in the north that our bodies cannot move as easily as they have in the past or will in the future. That we seem forced to take into ourselves the wisdom of the Spirit we will use as we continue our journey around the wheel. So each of these positions, in and of themselves, are important. And because there are spirit keepers for each of the four directions, then there's another level of that. Um, do you know what they're operating on, Steve? Or did I miss that? And where is she, Steve? So that, if I know a location, if she's in, Charleston, West Virginia, or she's in Kansas City or Wichita, I think you said. Um, and if she's in another state, you know, for me, if I know where someone is, generally speaking, that I can send that energy more consolidated. It's like when I do the cards and I ask you all to hold up your hands so my spirit guides can see you. Okay. Well, then to Steve Wichita. Okay. To Steve's daughter in Wichita, who's going to be operated on in a few hours. We ask the Creator and her spirit guides to continue watching over her and to guide the hands of the surgeon and the nurses so that all will be well. If she's first thing in the morning, make sure that the nurses and doctors had a good night's sleep tonight, entered their dreams, and yeah, that's what I was thinking, Chloe. So, continuing on with some of the spirit keepers, and if you get the book, or you know, I'm sure that we could make arrangements if somebody couldn't find a book or get a book, or we'd figure something out. The time of Wabus, which is in the winter now, and north, is a time for slowing down of apparent restriction when when outward activity definitely diminishes. So in the middle of winter, things slow down. Um, it is a time when humans are fragile, when their skin is wrinkled and resembles the soil and the face of Mother Earth herself. It is a time when people tend to reminisce, and from their reminiscences, share the wisdom they have gained, like, around New Year's and Christmas time and that kind of thing. Wabus is a time of both ending and beginning, of life and death, of new life cloaked in apparent death. In the winter, the earth appears dead, but there is much happening within. The same is true in human life. Even when we shed our human envelopes, our spirit, our energy goes to a place that prepares us for the new beginning to come. The major lesson of Wabus is that of the giveaway. When we are elders, it is our responsibility to give away to the people all of the knowledge that we have gained. And that's kind of where I'm at in this myself. It is our responsibility to impart to our relations. You understand? Relations, not just family, but all relations, animals, minerals, everything. Wait, I lost. Oh, and all of our relations. Yeah, it is our it is our responsibility, sometimes whether we like it or not, um, that we impart to our relations that we have learned as we have journeyed around the medicine wheel of life. It is our responsibility ultimately to give away our body to the earth mother who has fed us during all the time we have walked on her. When we are infants, we readily give away all of the love that we have gained in the world between knowing then that the more we give, the more we have available. It's sort of what I was talking about as far as being an engineer and all those people, giving me a going away dinner and so forth and etc. I gained their respect by respecting them. They honored me because I learned to honor them. It sounds simple. And in retrospect, when I calmed down and listened and changed my attitude, it became much easier and in a lot of ways, a lot of fun. Because some of them ladies in the plant, I can joke and kid around with. I've had, farm eggs that I sold and, gave some away to the folks and the ladies in the plant and so forth. And it was wonderful. It was wonderful exchange and laughter. And if somebody's had someone die in the family or something tragic, then we all got together and prayed for them, folks, much like we do here in the Soul Tribe and here on this channel. So the major lesson of Waboos is that of the giveaway. Uh, One of the gifts of Waboos is an intuitive understanding of this giveaway. Coming with this understanding are increased psychic abilities and a great acumen in attuning to dreams or visions, both your own and those of other people. Now, I had a dream about my sister yesterday now, and I was going to call her and I forgot. I need to call her in the morning just to find out why I was dreaming about her. And it was like a real thing, but it was a dream, I know that, but something about fishing. Anyway, the white buffalo, the animal associated with Waboos, is an animal who gave up everything for the people: meat, hide, bones, and spirit. It is the white buffalo woman who gave the pipe to the people. And on Soul Tribe, in the stories we've told, we did a whole special about the white buffalo woman. When you are experiencing a moon influenced by Waboos, it is a good time to contemplate your life, to contemplate the paradoxes of life. It is a good time to think about questions of life and death and to examine your attitudes towards both. It is the time to learn patience. It is the time when your psychic and mystical abilities will be far above average. It is a time to see how you feel about giving away all the many gifts that life has given to you. It is a time to practice the small giveaways that prepare you for the larger ones. Waboos is a place of physical healing, the place we come to give thanks for healing that has occurred and to ask for healing that is needed both for ourselves and for others. So, as we're discussing this, we could send our prayers to the north, even though it's summertime, and ask Waboos, the spirit keeper, to give the power of physical healing. So, Waboon, the spirit keeper of the East. The element associated with Waboon, the spirit keeper of the East, is air. The mineral associated is catlinite or pipestone. The plant of Waboon is tobacco. The animal is the golden eagles. The colors are gold and red. The season is the spring. The time of day is dawn. And the time of human life is that of infancy and early childhood. Waboon directly influences all the moons in the eastern quadrant. The budding trees moon, red hawk, let's see, the frog's return moon, and the corn planting moon. The power of Waboon is very straightforward power. It is that of new beginnings. Waboon brings the time of new growth to all of Earth's children. It is the time of bursting through, of light that comes after each darkness, of the brightness that you see after you have come out of the void. The East is truly a time of rebirth, a time when all things are possible. It is the time of innocence and the time of awakening. Waboon brings the eternal promise of spring, the eternal promise of dawn. Waboon helps us to know that each moment can be a new beginning. And that's one thing I think people in this day and age need to understand. Oh, it'll never work and this, and we're all doomed and blah, 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 blah. But if you understand um, that, at any moment, um, it brings the eternal, that each moment can be a new beginning. Now, I've talked about this through the cards I pulled and so forth, but they native folks understood that with death comes life. If it's snowing and there are no, but spring's a coming. People under the influence of Waban feel that they are the messengers of truth, and in reality, they do have the ability to see farther and more clearly than people who are under the influence of other spirit keepers. In part, this comes about because of their connection with the golden eagle, the animal associated with Waban. Like all eagles, the golden eagle has the ability to fly high, to soar to the Creator. From this height, the eagle can see what is happening on earth. Like the eagle, people who are experiencing Waban also have this ability to soar and to see from a broad perspective. Um, the Chandonese, the spirit keeper of the South. Now, there's much more about the East, but I want to give a little bit of each of the four because there's still stuff to go. The element associated with the Chandonese, the spirit keeper of the South, is water. The mineral is serpentine. The plant is the sagebrush. The animal is the coyote, which Steve saw one earlier. The colors are yellow and green. The season is summer. The time of day is midday. So we're coming into the summer, which would be the spirit keeper of the south, the Chandonese. So Chandonese directly influences all of the moons in the southern quadrant. The strong moon, I'm sorry, the strong sun moon is June 21st to July 22nd. The right Berries moon, which is July 23rd to August 22nd, and the harvest moon, which is August 22 to September, August 23rd to September 22nd. And so that's the spirit keeper of the South. Now, I was born on the 24th, so I was right on the cusp. So I came out of the Chandonese, and actually then because of the time of year, it would be Mojakivis, the spirit keeper of the West. And the duck's fly moon, which is September 23rd to October 23rd. So I was born during duck's fly moon, as far as that is concerned. But like the power of Wabus, the power of Chardonnays is a paradoxical one. It brings the time of rapid growth, a time when every being has to reach out for fulfillment so quickly it does not have time to question the path laid down for it by the Creator. The plant that has poked its head through the soil and began to grow during the time of Wabu now needs to leaf out fully. So, springtime coming into summer, uh, flower, fruit, bear its seed, and prepare for the time of harvest. So it is with all life influenced by this quadrant. Humans are no exception. In the time of Wabun, we explore everything with little discrimination, trying to find what makes us feel good, what seems to fit us. In the time of the Chandonese, we begin a more directed form of exploration. The South is a place where many people seek their visions and ask the Creator to point them in the direction they should go. So if you're using the summertime and this time of the year and so forth, which we've got a couple, the 21st of June is beginning of summer. And so if you're using this and you say, well, because it's summertime, I'm going to go to the Chandonese, to the Southern Stone, and ask the questions there. Okay. Uh, Let me read it. The South is the place where many people seek their visions and ask the Creator to point them in the direction they should go. Often, after the Creator has made this direction known, people have to follow it so rapidly that they must learn to trust the Creator and not question their path. To aid in following the new path, Chandonese gives the gifts of energy, adaptability, maturity, playfulness, and humor. For many humans, the time of the Chandonese is one of self assurance, of acceptance. It is a time when everything in our world truly seems possible, when the search for love is definitely one of our guiding forces, and when we are particularly capable of giving and receiving love in many meanings of the word. The time of the Chandonese is a time of learning about relationships. The paradox of the Chandonese is that while all this open, outward, energetic activity is taking place, while we are learning to trust life and follow our own life path, the old trickster, Coyote, is prepared to do whatever he needs in order to make us grow inwardly as well by playing tricks on us. The animal itself also has many meanings to people. To some, Coyote is a nuisance, a thief, and a scoundrel. To others, he is a symbol of freedom and mystery. How fitting a totem he is for paradoxical Chandonese. The favorite trick of the coyote is one very appropriate to this point on the wheel, making you fall in love most often with a person very different from you and from how you thought you wanted your mate to be. Aren't there a lot of weddings in June? I think so. That would fall into this area. The power of Chandonese is a mysterious power, a changing power. It is the power that takes that which we yearn for, gives it to us, and then craftily observes what happens. So, ooh, got this new thing, and it's a new gizmo, and ooh, how great it is. And then you try to use it, and then so for that which we yearn for, it gives it to us, and then craftily observes what happens. So here's your new weed eater. Do you go chop off a toe? But anyway, Um, the little sprout of the spring yearns to be the flower of the summer. When it is, the plant must learn the lessons of being fully open and fully vulnerable to the earth, the sky, and all its relations. So the flower has relations. You know, when when you are under the influence of Chandonese, you must be careful not to burn yourself, not to burn yourself out trying to do everything. You must be careful to use some common sense in your relationships. You must learn how to protect yourself, for this is one of the lessons necessary to grow into a mature human being. Uh, you must learn that there is both a time to be open and a time to contain your energy and your feelings within yourself. Um, Shadownese is the place of the heart, the place of the emotions. It is here that we come when we need healing of the heart, when we need to learn how to love, when we need to learn how to let go of all that is not love, hate, fear, envy, jealousy, rage, and anger. The Shawnee stone is the place to come if you are having problems with a relationship or if you're looking for a relationship. The Chandonese stone, the stone of the trickster, will help you to understand why it is that you are drawn to a person and what you can do to help the relationship grow. Or maybe just say no. It is the position which you will learn about charm, nutrients, trust, gullibility, humor, and manipulation. Now, there's a lot of stuff in there. So, communicating with your spirit keeper. What you need is a shell or a bowl, a feather, sage, some sweetgrass, cedar, or tobacco. Because depending on which of the stones that you're looking for are going to ask, then you would use tobacco or sage or whatever. So begin playing your chanting or drumming tape. It says 30 minutes minimum. In order to center your energy, it's good to begin with the ceremony of smudging. Um, you light the herbs, then you're starting to burn, draw the smoke in. Okay. Take some deep breaths while you're choking on the sage and feel yourself connected with the energy of both earth and sky. Think about the four directions, the spirit keepers, and their qualities. If you have access to a medicine wheel, go to each keeper stone as you consider it. So if you're thinking of the north, then go to the north. Now, a lot of native traditions will have you enter into a circle from the east, sometimes from the north. But, and I can understand because of the medicine wheel here, why you would enter from the north, because it is a place of death and of rebirth. But the east is of the child. So, and it's the newness and so forth. So you would enter in from the east and start with the east, south, west, and then the north, as far as the going to each of the stones. So if you're a Catholic, it's sort of like the Stations of the Cross. Okay. Uh, if you have access to a medicine wheel, if you don't have a medicine wheel to use, or if you're using a small wheel, make your walk your offerings and the choice of place to sit through your visualization. Now, you could be burning, smudging, using sage and or whatever, but if you have just, a piece of cardboard with some pebbles on it to mark these positions, then you might put your finger on it, or with your brain, you go to the north, east, south, west, you envision it, okay? And so think about the four directions. Um, if you don't have a medicine wheel to use, make your walk and your offering. So if you've got, cornmeal, you might envision yourself, placing cornmeal or, taking your pipe and smoking some tobacco. Make an offering to your beginning spirit keeper. If you know which spirit keeper is most affecting you now, make an offering there also. Sit by the keeper stone that draws you most strongly right now. Once seated, whether in body or in a visualization, take time to breathe and relax again. Clear your thoughts, deep breath. Imagine yourself in a beautiful meadow. In this meadow, you come upon an ancient medicine wheel. Note how the wheel looks. Walk around the wheel, paying particular attention to the keeper stones. Take the time to notice how each stone makes you feel. Eventually, settle by one of these four stones. So it's sort of like musical chairs in a way. When the music stops, you sit down. Ask the spirit keeper of this stone if he or she will communicate with you. Okay. So wait in a receptive state to get an answer. If the spirit keeper wishes to communicate with you, allow him or her to come to you. Note how he or she looks, moves, smells, sounds, and feels. Ask the spirit keeper whether you are now experiencing some of his or her power. Ask on what levels of your being, physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual, that this spirit keeper is now affecting you. Ask the spirit keeper if he or she has any particular messages for you. Ask the keeper, if there are any lessons he or she wishes to impart on you. Um, when the spirit keeper has finished, thank him or her for the teachings. Ask whether he or she would like any particular gifts or offerings made by you. Take some time to reflect. When you are finished, walk again through the meadow and return to normal consciousness. Gently stretch and be sure you are totally back in normal awareness. Write down anything you might need to remember of it and make any offerings the spirit keeper asked you um, to make. So if they said, I want you to go cornmeal and burn some sage, then you do that. Communication with your elemental clan. Follow the exercises for communing with the spirit keepers, substituting the elemental clan stones for the directional ones. Be aware that these keepers can appear in the form of their element. That is as a mountain, a lake, an erupting volcano, a whirlwind, or any other form of the four elements. Oh, are we at the 2-2? I did it last 3 times at 2-2. So here we go again. So, so when I started talking about this, and I explained how really important it is to be able to visualize and to really be serious about it with your intent. And, for those folks who are curious, by all means, give it a try. Excuse me. It is 3:23 a.m. in the morning time. Um, so if you have trouble with visualization, then practice visualization. If it's a bear, then close your eyes and try to imagine a bear. Doesn't matter what kind. It could be a Kodiak, it could be a snow bear, it could be a Russian black brown bear, it could be a little, it could be Smoky Bear, but see it. It could be, it could be Yogi Bear, and his little pal, Boo Boo. Um, hey, Baba Louie, all right. But anyway, so visualization in a lot of this, almost in all of this, is important, and which requires, to calm yourself, had to get your breathing right, and it isn't difficult. If if you have to labor at relaxing, then it might not. You might need to go do some relaxing someplace else, so you don't affect the stones that you wish to. It's not really pray to. Um, it is, you bring honor to the stone, to the position, what it represents, the water clan, the this, the frog, so it's all of the above. And each one of these requires you to include to all of your relations. That means everything, right? And so it's always keeping that in the forefront. Okay, Steve's out. We love you. Yep. Much love to any of you who are not feeling well. I've had my bouts the last couple of days, and I said a prayer before I came on, and I'm still a little queasy, but after 2 hours and 31 minutes, I'm better than I was when I started. All the meaning and reasons behind everything, it is astonishing. And so people say, well, there's no meaning in life. There's no meaning in this. So what? Mother Nature, pshaw. Nah, 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 nah. They poo poo this and poo poo that. But if you are if you're willing to understand, if you're willing to allow the universe to, send you um, information and lessons and all of the above, I'm looking for my bookmarks that dropped. The idea that somehow that somehow that this is just all a bunch of a hooey and there's nothing to it. Well, there are folks, and I would say, look, they're never going to light any sage and smudge themselves, but they would go outside and think about Mother Nature. Or if they're facing east, for example, that they follow whatever protocol, like it's the adolescence, and it's the this, and you use whatever is to that spirit keeper. So if they just faced east and remembered the Wabun, and the spirit keeper say, okay, so they don't go into any big other kind of stuff, if you know what I mean. Uh, any other kind of drummings or, you know, special prayers or chanting. Now you can, but if a person is just like, just trying to get the feel of what it means, they're white through and through and ain't never had anything, but not that it's bad. I love you too, baby. Hey, you'd be what you up to? Um, Healing for us all. Yeah. And so with the medicine wheel, though, if it was truly on the ground, then the energies that you put in each of the rocks, and especially with you orientating the wheel north, south, east, and west with the compass, so that it's actually becoming a an energy. I hate to use the word portal, but it's the only thing that comes to mind at the moment. But an energy field. And so if you're really feeling bad, now if you're feeling low or whatever and you're going to the wheel to seek help, then you want to get feeling better. So you may have negative feelings on you, but your intent is to get rid of them. So you don't want to continue bawling your eyes out or feeling stressed or whatever. So you go to that stone that you can associate with, and you just allow it to help dissipate the sadness or whatever and replace it with joy, you know? So, but if you're going to go to the wheel to just sob all the time without trying to get better, then you can leave that negativity in with the wheel. And you really don't want to do that. So, but if you're feeling low, the point of going and using the wheel is to help you. So I'm going to the wheel, I'm going to this stone because it represents yada, and because I'm going to get better. If you're going to go to the wheel to just wail and moan and bitch and hiss, don't go to the wheel. You understand the difference? Well, I think I want to get better. I'm going to go pray by this rock. I'll take some sage. Okay. All right, Chico, get your little buns in a row here. Go do that somewhere else. Calm down, take a deep breath, and then go back and say, I've been, you know, feeling blue today or black and blue or whatever it might be. But to the point though, so you could wear the colors of that spirit keeper and you can do the things because your intent is to feel better. Your intent is to go to this stone, ask for its help, and to get better. If you're just going to go whine and moan, take it someplace else, not to the medicine wheel, because you want to leave with good energy, right? If you're feeling low, you're going to regenerate. Okay. For some reason, they just keep putting it back in my head, and I'm just repeating myself. But to the point, we can't all be jumping up and down and happy go lucky for every time we go visit the wheel. But if we go to the wheel with the intent, I know my energy's low, but I'm going to go because I want to get better. And and that you do. So you don't go there to mull over the same things that are pissing you off or making you sad or whatever. You have to clear your mind of those things and allow that keeper stone to help you, influence you, bring you visions or feelings or something. Maybe just a solution to something that's making you ill or, which it's all good. So always seeking the answer to the question that's already been asked, as the cards say, and as, the things are said. So I'm, it's been 2 hours and 37 minutes and my eyes are tired and I really want to smoke and get stoned. So, any questions up to this point about it? Any of y'all might have. Uh, it the the rest of the chapter three just goes through the stones and the keeper things and what they mean and that sort of thing. So, I've given you a really good tentative kind of outline, a touch of some the one I read almost entirely. Yeah, I think I will. So again, the visualization is mentioned in this chapter. So if you can't go out and build one, at least draw one on a piece of paper and make it big enough so that you can honestly, put a little note here, this and that. Don't make it on a tiny little piece of paper with just a little. Do yourself a favor and don't put it on a 3x5 card. Get a piece of poster board. Now it doesn't have to take up the whole thing, but maybe half of it. And you can hide it behind the couch or under a chair or someplace. ST, how are you? Yep. Receive the gifts of the universe. Accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings from the universe. So, yep, that has been my prayer for quite a few years now. And it doesn't really deviate much. But boy, do I mean it. And for everything that I continue to learn, those words still, it's a simple prayer. without asking any deity or anything like that. Accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Are you asking anyone? No, I'm asking people to learn how to accept themselves without the need for a God. Now, we ask the elders, the spirit keepers, so they're not gods, they're elders. They're the wisdom keepers. And with these things they are associated with. Now, there are those folks that on the outside look in and they go, well, you're worshiping some buffalo. No, buffalo represents the animal that is associated with the spirit keeper. Okay, so Saint Francis the Assisi, um, you know, loved goats. I pet goat, and there's this other guy that was Saint Echinacea, and he lived in the middle of Africa, and giraffes. He loved giraffes, and they used to follow him around. I'm making this up. But to the point though, so one would say, well, if you were Catholic, well, I went to the Station of the Cross, and there is, you know, Saint whatever, and the goat is the animal, and the palm tree is the bush, and the colors are purple and black, and the time of the year is you know anytime, so, but this idea, I mean, look at the traditions of the Jewish folks have. I mean, and all of the ceremonies and weird shit that the Catholics have, and not counting, Muslims and this and Hindus and oh my God. So any religion has its offerings, its ceremonies, its incense, its, you know what I mean? So the Native Americans, to me, are the most wholesome of the group because they just keep it simple. Now, in Chinese, each of the ducks fly moon and this and that. So the Chinese have all kinds of meanings in all kinds of ways and all kind, with the dragon and the boar and the chicken and the goat and the snake and and the dragon. And then the four elements and the directions. So, here we are with the Chinese um, zodiac, and but in a way, what the natives are doing is that it's not on a 12-year run, but every this time of year is duck's fly moon, is this one, is that, so every year at this time of the year represents this moon. Okay, so those folks who would poo poo on the Native Americans or Indians, we'll say, North and South America, is that they're very similar to what the Chinese believe. And they ain't nowhere close proximity of each other. You know what I mean? That big ocean between them. So, but the similarities are very much there. Same kind of times of the year, same kind of seasonal thing, same kind of time of day kind of thing. So there are a lot of similarities. So the honoring nature, honoring the animals that represent it. Now, in Thailand and Burma and India and China and over there, they represent the same types of moon and similar, but they have different animals. They got panthers and monkeys in the jungle, where we don't have over here. We got a bunch of monkeys, but they ain't in the jungle. CNN, MSNBC, monkeys, monkey see, monkey do. But anyway, So you have to take into consideration, though, that what they represent for the native folk, the Indians of North and South America, Chinese and other folks did the same similar things. May not be the same moon or the same name, but they um, make offerings at the same time of the year for a full moon. You see what I'm saying? So there is consistency in that. So they are much alike. All of these indigenous, I don't want to call them religions, but faith, are based on natural things, time of year, time of day, those types of things. And especially in the Chinese calendar, where it's every 12 years, right? So every 12 years comes the dragon. Every 12 years comes the rat, or so you got 11 years of being out of whatever that one is. But um and the Chinese have been around for a long time with their predictions and you know observations of the sky and the universe and things, and they wrote down a lot of stuff. Native Americans just told stories and legends, and it was all about oral traditions. But in reading this book that Robert sent me, Native Americans had over 200 of their quote home remedies accepted into the pharmacopoeia the of the United States back in 1894 or something like that. 200, right? And so they weren't stupid. So the native peoples, North and South, all right, had very few diseases. They had very few illnesses, very few this and that's, right? Until the white man came. They were plague free, disease free. There was no cancer, there was no diabetes, there was nothing. They had some scurvy without having enough um, vitamin C, which is just common to human beings. There were certain things like arthritis, which, okay, if they were running and walking and using their hands all the time, I could see where, they could have some arthritis. But to the point, though, they were really healthy people until the white man showed up, period. They were really healthy and didn't need near as much internal work because they were so healthy. That when man came, is like, well, I got syphilis, and they were like, what? You got the sniffles? Well, go take 2 aspirin. Go rip some bark off that tree. No, syphilis. What is that? And then the whole tribe's got it. But it was measles and chicken pox and any of the plagues, bubonic and this one. They had never heard of these things. So when the white man got here, they just didn't kill all the natives. Killed they killed cultures that were over 4,000 years old. Okay. And because there was no written record and only petroglyphs and stuff, which are ancient, these folks have been around for a long time. And white men called them savages. But, when they end up finding that 200 uses of certain medicinal plants and stuff actually ended up in like the Bible of pharmacopoeia for the United States, printed and everything. Uh, Whoops, but they're savages. No, they had more going for them than the white man. I've never heard of it, but the visuals, anyone who watched the Dragon Boat Festival. Is this the year of the dragon, Esty? Ordered dance. I'll have to check. I don't know if this is the year of the dragon. Maybe that could be where all these dragonflies are, flying around me. We did get some rain yesterday. Oh my God, we got some rain. Thank you, Jesus, the creator. And yeah, me neither. I think last year was the year of the rat or something. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, the zodiac thing. But anyway, um, I was born on the cusp. The 22nd is the end of Virgo, and at the beginning of fall, and Duck's Fly Moon, I think it is. But anyway, so, and my birthday is on the 24th of September. So, but having come out of the Virgin Virgo thing, oh my God, Virgos and Libras do not get along real well. My dad was a full-fledged Libra. I'm sorry, uh, Virgo, and I'm on the cusp. And all we did was argue sometimes, and it was like, uh, and it took a lot of. I had to learn to be more of a Libra than a Virgo. So I had this own conflict within myself, right? That was it's been a pain in the ass over the years, but you have to learn to deal, or you're not making any progress. So with these life's questions these days, I mean, a lot of folks just freaking out about we're all going to die from nuclear war, but remember, uh, Dr. Ram, Richard Allen Miller, had discussed many years ago about how much radiation was still falling on the earth and had fallen on the earth from the nuclear testing they did. Okay. We are still all being affected by that. I learned recently that when I went to Albany, Georgia, went by and it used to be a coal fired plant. And I was so proud that Albany, was still a coal fired plant. And then I realized it ain't a coal fired plant anymore. They have turned it into a nuclear kind of thing. And so it's like, what? Now I got one, you know, 60 miles literally due west of me, which means that I am downstream. When they have waste disposal into the air that, and some of these are in the red range when they do, have to vet to the outside. And so we're being nuked by all the nuclear reactors. You know, screw a bomb. We are being radiated from all the nuclear power plants around us, period. And what they're venting into the atmosphere, it turns right around and falls right back down on us. I moved down to Florida and the Crystal River plant down there, which has two huge, the ones in Albany and the other place are these smaller units. They're not these great big humongous like the Savannah River plant construction site. It was just massive, you know. Um, they're smaller, and we've got them all over Georgia. There's a couple up around Macon. You can't really tell or see them because they're smaller. And they moved this other one into the old coal-fired plant, Albany, and this other one on the Chattahoochee River between Alabama and Georgia. There's one sitting right over there, just north of a hydroelectric dam. Just saying. So, oh, and down here in South Georgia, they have built some huge, I mean, huge acres and acres and acres of solar farms up in Albany. Huge solar farm area up on the interstate north of Tifton, going north. I think it's south of Macon, but there is this huge. They're big, and Georgia Power has, bought up farmland and stuff like that and erected these huge solar collection sites. There's one near south of Sylvester near um, Camilla, Georgia. Huge. Need to reply. I miss so much getting the kids off to school. Oh, in the last 20 minutes, I haven't talked about much, just yapping about things. But um, yeah, I can't remember what I talked about. But, everybody's worried about nuclear war. I'm been worried about all these nuclear plants around us that nobody's really paying any attention to. But there's a national grid of where the power plants are, and it'll show you if you look. Um, if it's up or down, and there's the whole chart of the United States. I think it's a live thing. So if the little thing is flashing red, they just had to vent some radioactive material into the atmosphere because something was getting too hot and they had to vent it. And it's like basically letting off steam, but it's contaminated steam. Oh, but it ain't gonna hurt us. Really? And you're worried about Putin and North Korea? Potash on that mess. Come on now. So we have to look at what they're doing to us, like right in our own neighborhood. Oh, we feel safe. Do you? 3 Mile Island, come to, never mind. So there are a lot of folks going to solar. The issue with solar still has batteries. But the technologies is doing pretty good. People are reporting in on their own solar house and how it's doing and what they saved in electricity. And so, you just type in solar house, solar panels, whatever updates, and do a search on YouTube. And there are folks talking about, it's been 5 years now since I've installed this, and this is how much I've saved, and we've gotten this much credit from the electric company, and blah blah blah. So, but anyway, so there is some really good personal data or data. Um, Data was a robot, an android. Data is what we are collecting. But so a friend of mine was here the other day, and it was like 94 outside, humid. She came in the house, and I was talking about electric bills. She goes, well, we've got this and that and this and this, and there are three of us, and we use the washer and dryer and blah blah blah, and we've got air conditioning. And she goes, but our electric bill was less than $200, and they got a shop out back and some other things. And I said, well, okay. And I said, but there's some people who, my point is that if your electricity bill went up and you're having trouble, turn something off. And she was like, exactly. She goes, I have friends of mine, we got to talking about electricity on and off and this and that. And that if the gas price has gone up or your electricity price has gone up and you can't afford it and it's out of your means, turn something off. Turn something off. If you got a $300 light bill and you can't afford it, turn something off. Well, we need to do, nuh-uh. Turn out every light in the damn house and use a flashlight. You know, Unplug your hot water heater, turn that bitch off, and take colder showers or have it turned down. I mean, there are so many things that can be done. Oh, but I don't want to lose my, you know, my light bill last month was like $38, which I need to pay, but $38. Um, the 2 months ago, something had happened. It was like 75, and I was like, what? But so I looked around, cut back, and it was when I got my hot water heater back, and I'd left it on for several days, and something else. Anyway, but it was my fault. So I've cut back to normal, and my light bill is $35, $38. So I control that. So people are worried about money and being stuff being out. They're not being smart enough to say, maybe I should, use a clothesline instead of the dryer, or maybe I should do, something. So the new reports, for example. Now, what does this have to do with the medicine wheel? The water in Lake Mead, right? Hoover Dam. And I have talked about this before, but my brother and I were out there in 1999. I rented us jet skis, and the water was up. There was no white showing. It was like one of the highest points. It was like overflowing and full. And now I watched another video today on an update on it, and within the last 10 days it's dropped another 5 feet and all over the lake. So fishermen and boaters, the lake is receding so quickly they can't keep the boat ramps up. And so they've closed boat ramps all around. There are low spots. There are boats sticking out of the bottom of the lake. I mean, these fishermen are going, see that boat right there? Yeah. Well, we were here just, last week or so, and the water was up to here. And you look at it now, and there's a 5 foot difference in like less than 15 days. So the supply of water in Lake Mead is like they're watching it drop. I mean, there's just, they can't put boats on. They can't do this and that. And when Danny and I were there, the thing was so full, man. And we rode all over on the jet skis. One of the best times I've had in my lifetime. It was so cool. And now to see the water behind the dam and the inlets, they almost have to shut off the power generators. So not only are they going to run out of water, they're going to run out of juice too, because them generators need the water to turn. I've been inside Hoover Dam. It's really cool. It drips everywhere. It's weird. But these big generators and stuff, they need a certain amount of water pressure to turn them. So all this electricity. I mean, some of the electricity goes all the way to Los Angeles from Hoover Dam and Las Vegas and parts of Arizona. And so those folks, not only will they not have water, the lights are going to go out. And what do I have to say about that? Pay attention, dumbasses. They a bunch of dumbasses. So many things they can do to conserve more water and to conserve more electricity and all of the above. And there are people who have lived there all their lives. Now, this one gentleman whose video I can't remember, but I watched today, he was obviously of native descent, just by it could have been Mexican, and his son was more white than not. But anyway, I could tell by his voice, and he's a hunter. There's deer on the wall, deer's heads on the wall, and so forth. But anyway, and he's a fisherman, and he's saying, "I'm really scared." He said, "I'm really getting scared because." We're go to the lake and to see it drop as quickly as it is, he looks into the camera and says, I'm really scared. What are we going to do? If it keeps dropping every 10 days, 5 feet, in 30 days, it's going to lose 15 more feet of drop. And in 20 days, it's every 10 days, it's going to be another 5 foot, another 5 foot, And so, but those people have created their own problem. Now, has it rained like it should and all that? No. Are they in a drought? Yes. But when I'm in a drought and I know it, this spring when it quit raining, we only got like a quarter of an inch for the whole month of April or May, and very dry. And I'm thinking, oh my God, it did this a couple of years ago, and it was dry until October. And I was, 3 weeks ago, I went into a serious, more conservation mode with my water. simply because it hadn't rained. Well, we got about an inch of rain or so these last couple of, so I'm good. I don't have to, I don't have to crunch as much because we have had rain. But if we don't get some more rain in a week or so, I'm still on restriction, because I know no rain equals groundwater dries up, the well goes dry, and I'm carrying water and praying for rain. So, but I got backups. I've got tanks full of water. Other people just don't have that. Somebody said that the between the water and the electricity, there are 40 million people, 40 million people who would be affected by the loss of electricity and the water. 40 million people. I'm sorry, but what are they going to fricking do? Seriously, what are they going to fricking do? Um, and the farmers who are bitching because they've got outmoded and outdated just can't do that no more. I'm sorry, cut the water off to the farmers, because if they don't, uh, they're going to be in. They're already in deep doo. So um, I hope these people. It's 4:01 a.m. I'm gonna hang out till 4:20, and then I'm going to bed. But so I'm praying for these folks. I'm praying that it'll rain. I'm praying that they'll change their evil, wicked, nasty ways. I'm praying that folks will really start paying attention. I'm praying, but I'm praying that folks will wake up to their situation. They should have already woke up. But if 40 million people have not paid any attention and they move because there's no water, oh, and 777, that's a lie. That's a lie, because I've been keeping up on it since the last time you were here. It ain't spreading. The folks who are like really keeping an eye on it, what you're hearing out there is hype. They're hyping this thing to scare the shit out of us, okay? No, the monkeypox is not anywhere near the threat that they're trying to make it. No, it isn't. Quit freaking out about it, Triple. Honest. Good to see you, but please stop freaking out about it, because there are a lot of folks down there that are going, man, there's some fakery and some, you know, skullduggery going on. And these are reporters that have been and know people there and stuff. And it's no, it ain't what they're trying to make it. For example, few people have seen the the recent Billy Gates um, interview where he says, me and my peoples, we got together recently, and what we projected with COVID, the mortality rate was nowhere near what we projected, and it was only the elderly that succumbed to this. In fact, he said that succumbed to this, and those folks who did get it was just more like the flu. Well, dumbass, COVID is the flu, or was, but the idea every year we've had flu seasons, and people are just getting all riled up. Oh my God, there's going to be every year there's a new flu season. For as long as I have been alive, every year has been a flu season. And some years are worse than others. But this idea of the COVID, again, more people are getting sick from the COVID. The thing about the monkeypox, because I went into it, and several other news organizations have gone in and double checked the numbers, and there are discrepancies everywhere. And so, oh, the monkeypox this and the monkeypox that. And, they're talking through their ass. They're just talking through their ass. In fact, here the last couple of days, there was this minister over in the Ukraine, a lady, right? and she was the minister of propaganda. And when the war first started over there, they were reporting that there were the Russians were mass raping women and children and old ladies, and that they had, you know, I don't know, 20 or 30 or 200 women and young girls in a basement that they were chained up, and the Russian soldiers were, you know, gang raping them and stuff. And they said, whoops. And the Ukraine government fired her because she spread so much nonsense. They were like, the Russians were going, our troops didn't do this. Don't you dare. And so they're trying to pull some of this stuff back. It's the same thing with the monkeypox. They want to make it bigger than what it actually is, and they want to scare the shit out of people. And so just hang on, Triple. Okay. And all y'all other folks out there, it really isn't as bad as they say. But can they inject things in our food or whatever and kill us all? Oh yeah. I'm like I was saying. I don't know if you were here, Triple, but you know I'm more worried about all the nuclear plants around me down here in South Georgia and that are popping off, you know, nuclear waste because they have to, you know, blow off steam, and there's all kinds of radiation. Today, in my little weather app thing on my computer here, that the UV was in the extreme range again today. So I'm more worried about going outside with just the sunshine, you know, without some kind of, you know, honest to God, special protection, because it'll go right through your clothes. You know, these high gamma and ultraviolet rays go right through your clothes. So wearing a long sleeve shirt don't do no good. It'll still blister you. And, you know, obviously wear a hat to keep, you know, as much as you can off your head and your face and your brain. Um, but monkeypox, there's so much more that to me is much more obvious, prevalent, and is killing us. You know, in the long run, it is killing us. So, and remember Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, and this is 2022. And for those Dante folks out there, that's what you've been telling folks. Yeah, there. I can't remember which of the, you know, the lesser media platforms were had done some serious checking, and that, you know, the numbers that they were putting out about this and that and the reports and hospitalized and all, none of the numbers jive in any way, shape, or form. They ain't even close. Oh, there's 500 cases, and somebody goes, what? You call the hospital and they go, there's nobody here with monkeypox. I mean, in this day and age, you can do that. You know, so that's what people are doing. They're contacting hospitals and doctors and the local government, and the local government says, well, we had one case, you know, in the news report that it's spreading rapidly, and there was like one case, one, you know. You know, down here in the South, uh, we have to worry about this time of year, especially. We have to worry about poison ivy. That if you go and get into poison ivy, it will look like monkeypox. And one of the biggest um, um, things for the REA, the rural electric companies, the biggest hassle thing, whatever that their workers face is at long exposure, because they cut the weeds and the grass and the stuff around the poles. That their biggest issue is with poison ivy. So because they have to work in it, around it, and whatever. But the idea that, you know, there are so many things that can really hurt you. Now, I talked about before, and I've asked the question, you know, to my guides, and they're like, you know, you're not far off. What time is it? For what? Did I miss the 20 mark? No, it's 409. But as far as the monkeypox, the idea that um, shingles is could be just as noxious, toxic, and here at home, that each one of us who've had chicken pox, um, or is it measles, mumps? Anyway, that we can get this. So again, for those folks about the monkeypox, we got much more things to worry about, really. And I'm not really like worried about some of these other things, but if you're going to worry about something that's on another continent, and that even Billy Gates and his conversations are like, well, it wasn't as bad as we thought, and it didn't affect them, and it didn't, and we were wrong about this with our projections, and he's talking about monkeypox and the next big thing that's going to kill us. So if they're backtracking on what they said 2 years ago, and we're standing, if he's backtracking the numbers on the COVID thing, then they're going to be really careful with, if they really want to push this monkeypox thing, they got to really be careful because we ain't buying it. So we'll see how it turns out. But as far as worrying about it and everything, dear Seven, yeah, I just hit it early too. I will make a general prayer right now that not only for the folks who would visit here, but for those folks in general who are in a panic about the monkeypox thing. I pray to the good Lord and to the Creator and to all of the saints and folks, help people, calm down and not be terrified by this. Dear Seven, we talked about this a week or so ago, and it sounds like some folks are still traumatized by this and haven't seen anything. Have been looking myself too and trying to pay more attention to it. And it's only in certain areas where they're talking about the monkeypox. But those are the same people who have lied to us over and over and over and over again. And there's a recent video of Biden at some kind of military something. And he says, go on ahead and laugh, you dumbasses. And it was like, what? He was talking to all these military people, and he's up there. What's wrong with you people? And why didn't you laugh at that kind of thing? And it's like, are you serious? I mean, and it is a video. It did happen. And it's like, are you serious? The president of the United States calling a room full of, military folks, you dumbasses. What's wrong with you? You can't laugh at my joke kind of thing. What? Um, there are people around the world who are praying for us, because we have such a dumbass, you know, and yeah, he's worse than a joke, but to the point. Um, Shame on me, but I'm glad it's happening. Shame on me. I'm glad it's happening. Because these folks who thought, there are things within the White House that the executive branch, and that there are folks who are saying the exec don't feed the vampires. There you go. Hey, Miss Pearl. Um, but the idea that these people have just gone off the rail, and they're making an ass of themselves and showing their true colors, and it's like, oh, look at us. And one of the things that has tickled me, I I watch this handsome gay man, in my opinion, not that I'm gay, the Rubin Report, right? And some of the stuff that he covers and how he covers it, and the recently there was an event where they were taking preschoolers and school age children down to a drag queen show, and it's like people are going, who in their right mind would take their child to see this gaudy drag queen show? Oh, looky here, and all of us, we have to be accepting of the transgender and of this one and the Gen X, and they can't even figure out who they are. There's so many different ones, right? So it's like, and people are getting fed up with it. Even the gay community is fed up with it because it's making them look bad. And they're like minding their own business. They have their own businesses, and they're successful. Some of them are Republicans, and here are these, God knows what they are, but they have the right to act out and do these things. And okay, but it's making the like it. I know folks would argue this, but the normal gay, male and female, making them look bad, making it look like, wait a minute, we don't associate with them folk over there. Yes, I'm a gay man, but I don't associate with them folk because they're like a little, you know. So there are a lot of things that are going on that I think they're trying to see how far they can push the envelope before folks just stand up and say enough's enough. And so they're doing it on purpose, obviously. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow it. And one of the things that they got pissed off at Putin back a few months ago is that he wouldn't allow that kind of thing. He was like, y'all ain't doing it in the streets and in public schools. Oh, no, you don't. And so, the Krill, the Orthodox Pope over there. He's like, no, we're not accepting these folks, and no, we're not going to give them communion, and no. And so now that bishop or priest or whoever in Nancy Pelosi's district who was withholding the Eucharist, the Pope said, can't do it. Got to give it to him. You got to give it to him. And I was thinking to myself, what the Pope? If someone supports abortion, which the Catholic Church supposedly does not endorse, and it's an obvious sin in your judgment and jurisdiction, that you would allow someone who allows this type of activity, no, you ain't getting this. No, no, sorry. I was an altar boy. I knew what the rules were, and I say Nancy shouldn't get it. But old Popo over there, who may resign soon, the Popo over there is like, no, you should go ahead. And he's replacing the priest. They're getting a new bishop over there and everything to support the gay agenda more. And if you're going to be a Catholic and the rules are, then I don't associate with them anymore. That's how I got rid of that, right? So Nancy Pelosi, she's a Catholic. She's going to go to church. She wants the Eucharist. If you already have committed the sin by supporting abortions and the killing of babies and infants and so forth, sorry, you don't get this. I'm sorry, you don't get this. Oh, but the Pope says it ain't up to the priest to judge. Well, but if she's all for killing babies, then what? You support mass murder. You're supporting this. What? It's against the law of the church. I mean, what? I'm sorry. Either change your views about this and stop supporting that, and then you can go back to being a Catholic again. Oh, no. But see, it ain't none of my business, but that is what's going on. Oh, it's 420. If y'all gonna make the rules, then play by them. And quit allowing, you know, I'm all for the priest and the bishop or whatever it was that was withholding the Eucharist because he's like, no, you've already you have confessed in public to your beliefs and what you are and your agenda. No, no, you are a true show enough sinner. Nope, ain't letting you have it. And then the Pope says, we got to let her go. Yeah, they're all, no matter, needs a holy water douche. That's from St. Martha the Dominator. Yeah, hold her down and, and stick some up her ass too. But yeah, um, yet they wonder why kids are having kids. Yep. Now, listen, Chloe, what you just said. My daughter and I discussed this a bunch of years ago, like 20, when her second daughter, she was doing the stripper dance when she was 3. And one of the times when she was here, when she was small, she was doing this thing and strutting around with a little hand on her hip and everything. And what did she turn out to be, at least up to now? She turned out to be a stripper and a pole dancer. And uh, we knew it when she was little. And Jackie said, I think we're going to have trouble with this one. Sure enough, and she's been to jail, felonies, in halfway house, best I know. She's gained like 100 pounds, and she was not 100 pound kind of girl, and it's a true shame. But at 3 years old, she was just that way. And you go, what do you mean that way? And you'd see her play or whatever, and the way she walked and kind of the way she strutted was like she was strutting down it. I mean, nobody taught her that. She did it instinctively. And I have worried since she was 3 when I saw the behavior. And, I warned her psychically and called her up, and that I felt like somebody was after her. Come to find out that the downstairs neighbor who used to babysit for those girls was actually trying to pedo her and some of the other girls in the neighborhood. And I kept calling I called Casey, and they said, I keep having dreams and something's after you, that there is a man or something. Are you okay? Is anybody doing it? No, no, no. And then about 2 or 3 weeks later, uh, my daughter calls up and says, you know, Pops, remember you kept asking? Well, we found out it was the downstairs neighbor. We caught him, and that some of the other little girls in this apartment complex ratted on him too, and they threw his ass out. They had him arrested. And so my instincts to my granddaughter, there was really something going on. And I think it freaked them all out up there. And because I kept saying, there's something going on. Are you telling the truth now? Tell the truth. You won't get in trouble. Is somebody, no, Grandpa, no, there it was. So try to nip it in the bud, but people have to make up their own minds. And as much as I have had this connection with my granddaughter, Every time I've tried to give her just, hey, you need to be careful about this or that. Well, I got it under control. Yeah, well, you served 2 years in jail, and you're not out on probation. You're out on uh, parole. Way different. Would much rather be on probation than parole. But and time served, and she's got a huge felony record now, considering and the time served and all that. I mean, I had my day in the sun too. You don't think I tried to keep her away from that kind of stuff? Ended up in jail longer than I did. She had a crummy judge and a lawyer. I got to say that much. But you know, I came out of jail. I'd gained a few pounds, but I went from being in population to being in charge of the all of the food and meat and stuff and everything. I was the stockroom person, and then I went to from the jail. I went across the hall and became a waiter in the officers' dining room, and which is like the prestige job within the jail system there. And she came out weighing 60 pounds heavier and no skills or nothing, just depressed and nothing meaningful. I had money saved up, I had a plan, and so a lot of differences there. But will she talk to me and listen to me or try to take any guidance or prayers her way? I've been shut out. And grandpa knows a little bit, I've been busted a couple of times. So, will you listen? Will you just listen? Nothing. Okay. You can lead a horse to water. Well, in this case, I can't even lead them. They turn and run. So, but people are going to do what they're going to do. Is your granddaughter right? Remember, you speak. Well, the oldest is down in Pensacola. This one, was up in Connecticut and around a lot of influence. I mean, her father, her real father, uh, they had a shooting in their apartment where her and Samantha were staying with their dad. And there was a cocaine deal that went down bad in their apartment, and a person was shot and killed while they were in the apartment in the other room where this her daddy was doing a coke deal. I mean, so it's like, thank God, Sammy went in the Navy and is, currently in school learning computer science and stuff. And, so, and her younger sister ended up as a stripper. And, it's one thing to be a stripper, it's another to be a stripper, alcoholic, dope fiend. I mean, take anything and everything. And, her and her bitches are going to go out and have a good time. Many parents need a good, healthy, yeah. With um, with Samantha and Casey, they were with their mama until mama had a job offer, and she did it, and she went, and and I'm proud of her for that. But it required her to be gone. She was with a company that put in big pieces of machinery. They were hired to at paper mills to install these great big huge blowers and thingies and other types of machinery too. you was three? Yeah, well, I didn't. Uh, and when I did do that, none of my children were around. I just made it my thing, to not smoke around them. And they'd always catch me going around the back of the house or whatever, but as far as just sitting down and rolling one, it was way in their teens before I did that. But yeah, um, Casey got whatever she was on. She's now on a methadone type, get her off of it kind of thing. Um, yeah, I know. She just said I had a certain propensity for like, wanting to party and being drunk and growing up on the carnival, which was not a really good growing up thing. A lot of drinking, a lot of smoking, lots of cussing. And, but we worked hard, um, and we worked long hours. We were a family with the carnival and things. So it wasn't all bad, but, I was smoking Swisser Sweets at the age of 13, so I still love a good Swisser. But anyway, um, somewhere along the line, maybe it was because I went to Catholic school, maybe it was because I got my leg broken, but I was still wanted to be involved in sports, and I became involved in other things. Where my granddaughter was in this school, and then she was in another school, and then she went to something else. And as she grew up, it was more important to be popular with them bitches, with her bitches. I'm not sure if she's gay or so she had a baby, so she liked hanging around with a guy, but she was liked her bitches. And it's just the idea that culturally, where she grew up there in Connecticut, the people that she was around. So had she been down here, yeah, I understand that, Chloe. We had other folks that we helped out on the carnival. Three of them kids in the spring would come and stay with us for several months. In the fall, what before when school started, there I would during the summertime I traveled with the carnival to get the hell out of the house. But in when school started, their three kids came home with me, and so we went from five people in the house to eight people in the house. So we were sleeping up and down and around and everything for 2 or 3 months out of the year. Um, but it was a way to help them out, and it was a way to for the family to make a little extra money. But the idea, though, that so we had varying degrees of family, right? And accepted, when my sister had her kids. I mean, they were married, but then Doug got cancer and he died when both of the kids were real small. So they never knew him. So it wasn't my sister's fault that he died and that she had two babies to take care of. So they were sort of adopted in by my Aunt Shirley and by my pops Arnie. And have you done coke? And you talking to me, um, Triple? I've done um, methyl deoxyamphetamine, which was a high grade of crystal meth. Got busted for that. Was facing 20 years. We used to sell pills, Black Beauties, White Cross, because in the carny business, we had to stay up a lot. And, on the weekends and, stuff, we had to stay awake. So there are a bunch of us that were, you know, uh, speed freaks. Quaaludes, the real Roarer 714s. Oh my God. Weed and some more weed. And then there was some weed. And then there was Thai sticks, which are like being in an opium den. I've not been in an opium den, but oh my God, after having Thai sticks, they were like, "Yeah, this is like being in an opium den." No, I was facing 20 years, Triple. I spent a year in lockup in Tampa. I did a I made a deal with the state prosecutor and the local where I was working in the jail. The sergeant of the jail in the kitchen in the jail was from my neighborhood in Georgia. And when he found out I was from around Ellington and Berlin, Georgia, he and I became fast friends. So he asked me, if you'll work for me for 1 year in the kitchen, I'll have your sentence commuted. And instead of serving 20 years and going to the state prison, if you'll do this for me, this is what I'll do for you. And I said, hell yeah. And so me and Sarge had a partnership, and I did not fail him. I worked hard for him. I became, ended up being in the officer's dining room. I took care of all the meats and everything in that kitchen. And we served 680 meals 3 times a day, 7 days a week. So he went to, oh man, I used to remember the judge's name. Anyway, I wrote this letter to the judge, and Castleberry, Sergeant Castleberry, which I bought weed from his nephew, one of his nephews in Ellington. It was interesting. But anyway, I never told him that. But so how I only got, I was, I had 4 charges, each at 5 years per charge. That totaled 20 years. So my sentence was 20 years, but was commuted to a year and 4 years probation to be transferred back to Georgia, where I was from. So because I, it was what it was, the Sarge um, went to bat for me. So I served a year. I worked for Sarge. I got all these extra things just by being good and at my job. I didn't have to suck nobody or get screwed. I didn't have to do anything dirty. Okay. I just had to be respectful and good at my job, which is what happened. So I was facing 20 years. Yep. Oh, yeah. And for little bit of nothing. Seriously, I didn't have this large quantity of drugs. It wasn't even, it was like an 8 ball. So what? Yeah, they were going to give me 20 years on an 8 ball charge. 777 profile PC. Yeah, but I see all that cocaine and stuff I did, that's long gone. Long gone. Ain't seen none of that in a long time. Don't think I care to, actually. If if I was somewhere and somebody said, hey Dave, man, I got a little coke. Want to do a line with me? I might go, well, maybe. I don't know. It's been so long, but I way overdid it myself. My sinuses are cooked. In all the years of snorting but my favorite was mushrooms. And back when I could get LSD, I, you know, I went on binges of sometimes 2, 3 weeks where I never came down. I mean, I just didn't come down. I had like at one time I had like 500 hits of blotter, and it was good. You know, yeah, in a long time, but back in the day, man, I see being on the carnival when folks were up here, when most of them lived in Florida. When folks were up here on the show, when I was on the show up here in the summer times and stuff, you didn't know anybody in these little towns and were afraid to ask. Or if somebody said, hey man, you want to buy some weed, you went, well, I don't know, because you didn't know anybody. But having been on the road through in Moultrie and Pelham and places all around, after years and years of growing up with the carnival, we got to know some people. So we got to Pelham one time, and there were some folks that were, their tobacco was a big business over there back then, and we had these guys come up and they were like, "Hey man, remember us?" And we was like, "Yeah man, you're still running the Rocco plane? Yeah man. Well, come over here. You want to buy some homegrown?" And we were like, "Yeah, well, So here was this great big bag stuffed with this, green homegrown. But oh my God, a lot of stems and stuff. But we got this huge bag of homegrown for $10. Man, we were like, what? So by the time we left Pelham, we were coming to Moultrie. So it's only like less than 30 miles, I think, from Pelham to here. But anyway, so we went back to Pelham the next week and run up with the guys. And I think they might have come over to Moultrie. We were giving away, free rides and stuff to them and the chickens and all that, and they brought us another bag of weed for like 10 or $15. So we were like, really good. But that didn't happen all the time. So, and I couldn't drive in the early days, but we were still, smoking weed. Um, well, I was driving, but I didn't have a vehicle. So, but what we did was we arranged for people in Tampa. I'd go down, pick up stuff for it was already prearranged. You know, Chucky was getting this, and she was getting that, and Darlene was getting this and that. And I was getting this, so I'd go down and pick it up, and then come back to wherever the carnival was. And it was not for anybody else; it was for us. And sometimes it was Pam that would go down. She'd ride back down, for a couple of days and come back with a half a pound of weed in the back end of her trailer and a bunch of pills or whatever she could find. And then sometimes it was Chucky that went out of town and came back, and he brought back a quarter pound of weed, and he always baked them into brownies. So because you could eat a brownie and go out and go to work and nobody could smell it on you or nothing like that, right? And you could be just as messed up as if you'd smoked four joints. And so he had brownies in the freezer and stored in these little Tupperware things. And so, and getting ready to open 5:30 at night kind of thing, right? And going to open at 6 and the lights and everything and music comes on. And so it's like, Chucky'd say, "Hey, come on." Um, he said, "Bring some milk." And if he said, "Bring some milk," I knew what he was talking about. He had brownies. Now, whether I had milk or not was not the issue. But he was like, "Hey, Dave, bring some milk." And well, okay. And I would go on in, and he'd say, "I broke out some brownies. Here, have one," or break them in half or quarters or whatever. And sure enough, go out in midway. And 20 minutes later, you'd just be floating around having a good time. But you couldn't. And then there were times when we would literally smoke up on the ride. If we was on the Rocco plane or the Tilda Whirl, where there's a lot of wind and stuff, I'd go to the back of the Tilda Whirl and smoke a joint and put it out and leave it. We had a little spot. So then I would go over and run the ride, the clutch, and whoever was helping, because it always took two of us to run the tilt. And he would go back in the back and pick up the joint while everybody's spinning around and barfing and everything. And, and then, okay, time to turn the ride off and let everybody, see who's thrown up or not. But one of the things is, as a carny, you got to learn how to, especially, well, like the Tilda Whirl. The clutch was that if you pushed it all the way to your left, it sped up and the ride turned faster. And so, but if you pulled it over towards the middle, you had to stand up, and the controls are goes through the floor of the catwalk, and it is the governor onto the motor. And so then you pull it all the way to the right, and it's got a brake on the clutch. So what you do is you put it in the middle and you speed it up and you watch the tubs, and as they go this way and up and down like this, but they also spin. So when you catch that right spot and you speed it up, it'll take that tub and whirl that son bitch around, and the people in there going like ah, and then you slow it down a little bit, and they would get to this rocking back and forth this way and riding, and then when they get up to that apex, you floor it again, and off they'd go in the other direction. It was a blast. But there was one time, and please, y'all know me enough to know that I'm not prejudiced or bigoted. So we're in Quincy, Florida. I have been running the Mary Mixer or the Scrambler. The Mary Mixer has four, and the Scrambler only has three uh, arms out, right? So now, big hill there in Quincy, Florida. Nice lot up a hill, nice and um, uh, grassy. It's on a hill, but it's nice and grassy. Um, and there are trees here and there. Oh, beautiful location. But things have to be really spread out because it's narrow and long. Anyway, so I'm sort of down at the bottom of the hill. All right, and because the scrambler needs a decent flat spot, right? And there was a decent incline, and you can't put the scrambler on a hill like that. You just can't. So they put me down at the bottom of the hill. Now, this was about Thursday during the week, and which it's kids' night, and open whatever. So it's still light outside. It's about this time of year. So it's about 6:30, 7 o'clock. I don't think we had daylight savings time back then. But so a lot of folks in Quincy, I have known over the years, nice black community. Had black folks help us, set up the rides and to come and help mom and dad in the cookhouse. I mean, good peoples, right? And so they're coming out and have never had any problems with racially in Quincy, where in other towns in Georgia, we had a lot of problems racially. I mean, they just hated white people. They just hated white people. Um, but the folks down in Quincy, very nice, cooperative, chat, no problem. So running the ride, and they're down the hill for me, I see this entourage of people coming. It looks like male, female, but obviously as they get closer, that they're not, they're men in drag. Okay. Now, this has been 20, well, probably more like 30 years ago. Okay. So this has been a ways back where men in drag in small town Florida was not something that you did, especially black men. Okay. So here comes this entourage. Now, here's this tall, thin black man who's got his hair shaved on the sides and is sticking up like this. Okay. And he's walking like a robot, very stiffly. And he's got his chest out. Now, they're just wearing t shirts and stuff, but they're very gaudy. Okay. And he's primping. He's got his butt cheeks out and he's doing that walk, that left, right. Now, his partner is a heavy set black man with a beard and a wig and lipstick and a big purse and about 210 pounds and kind of sort of looks like a black Humpty Dumpty. All right. But he's got frills and he's wearing, now this is in the summertime, and he's wearing this boa, and up the hill they come. And so I say, okay, this is great. So I didn't say anything, but I'm snickering. So 10 minutes later, they come over to the ride. Now they have an entourage of gay men little slick Twinkie boys, man. I mean, just flouting it and being this away. And I am not exaggerating. I mean, so by this time, because they're at the bottom of the hill, everybody at the top of the hill can see what's going on the bottom of the hill, which is the scrambler and my ride. So they come up to me, and the little chunky black man, very polite, very nice. I'm not trying to put these gentlemen down, but come to find out, he and his partner are hairdressers in Quincy, Florida. They've got their own shop, they've got their own clientele, they're respectable, and that's why ain't nobody picking on them, right? Of course, now there's not many white people on the lot, but besides that, nobody's picking on them. Now, the other kinfolk in the area are snickering and kind of doing like this and poking one another. And we on the carnival are just kind of like, holy crap, what is this? In Quincy, Florida, okay? Tampa or someplace, but Quincy, Florida? So they sashay up to the ride. And the little man says, how much is it to ride? And I said, one ticket per person. Okay, can we ride? And I said, do you have tickets? Why, yes, of course we do. And I said, okie dokie. Then, I was running the ride and time to shut it down and everything. So I'm let the people off and collect tickets and they come on. So I'm begging this guy. I said, here, I didn't know whether to call him ma'am or sir. So I said, here, let me take your purse. Okay. Now it's a great big handbag, all right, with a shoulder strap. And he's about 5'2", maybe 5'3". He's not very tall. And next to this very tall, thin partner, it's like Mutt and Jeff. Okay. I'm not making this up. So it's a comedy of errors. So um, I said, let me take your purse, please, because when the ride gets going, you'll spill it, it'll open up, and I don't want you to. Okay. So he says, no, I'm going to keep it. So now I know better. So he wants to sit on the outside, which it should have been the other way around. And so I told him, I said, okay, now the tall, thin gentleman, he decides to sit on the outside of the tub, and the heavy dude is sitting here. So when the ride goes, the heavy guy hits the tall thin one. So every time the ride goes to its apex, the chunky guy is hitting the thin guy. Okay, this is what's happening. So he won't give me his purse to give to his friends that are going, give us the purse. And I, okay. So I put it in, and I don't do anything special to the ride. I just turn it on and give it some gas. Well, as the ride starts up and it spins, and so when it goes in this way but comes all the way out, that's all that momentum that's pushing you to the outside. So everybody in the tub always gets pushed to the outside. So in trying to get these guys to like swap places, ain't going. So as the ride speeds up to its just normal speed, I ain't trying to kick it into no nothing. The guy starts losing his wig. Okay. And so as the ride goes, the tall guy was sitting there holding on and clenched with his eyes as big as saucers, holding on, going, ah, ah. So every time the junkie guy hit him, ah, and the other guy was screaming, my wig, ah, my wig. And then his purse got involved. So he's trying to hold on. Now because he's holding on to his purse and his wig, he can't hold on to the bar to keep from hitting his buddy. So and so his wig is falling off. Now every black person on the lot was now surrounding all the way around the scrambler, and I mean 2 and 3 deep. And so and he's losing these things, and people are literally rolling on the ground watching these guys. Now, it hasn't been but like a minute, maybe I'm supposed to like give them a 3 minute ride. And so it ain't been 2 minutes. And they're like really screaming and and this, and I mean, now the carnies up on the hill have caught on like, what the hell is going on around the scrambler? What are all these people doing? So as they came over the crest of the hill, they could see it from a distance because of the height. So they were watching this whole thing. They were watching the crowd screaming and laughing at these two gay men in the scrambler. So I give him the 3 minutes and slow it down. And the big tall guy, his eyes are just, and he's a dark man, where his friend is kind of sort of a little lighter chocolate colored versus this guy was like black. And and very polite, very nice. I'm not right. So but they were just two gay men riding on the scrambler. Well, so as I'm letting him off, right, the guy is fooling with his wig so much that he drops his purse and everything spills out on the ground. There are brushes and there are thises and that's. And the folks along the fence and everything, they just lose it, right? And he's, oh, my wig and now my purse. And I was like trying so hard not to laugh. I was like biting my lip and my tongue and, don't laugh at these guys because they, it was who they were. They were having a ball and all their little friends on the outside. And then the rest of, I think it was half of the population of Quincy, Florida, was on the other, watching them do this thing. So I'm helping him putting his things in his bag and everything. And so let him out. It takes him like 10 minutes to get everything out. And he's, oh, my hair and so it was, the whole process was hilarious. Okay. And so everything dies down and they leave and up the hill they go. And I'm just at it going, that's got to be one of the funniest goddamn things I have ever seen in my life. So guess what happens 30 minutes later? They come back. They come back. 30 minutes later, they come back. Now, the same scenario, except he did give up his purse. But the big guy still got in on the inside and the big tall man on the outside. So the same thing still happened. Boom, losing my wig. Boom, losing my wig. Ah, ooh, ah. And every time he'd get hit, he would stiffen up and just like jump out. It was so funny. And so as they came down the hill to ride the scrambler, all of these, you if you've ever seen golf on TV where they've got this party when they get done at the hole, all the people go along with them to the next tee. Well, as they were coming down the hill, it was like every black person on the lot was coming down the hill with them. And I'm standing there at the ride going, oh, holy crap. Because my ride is sort of by itself the way the hill was laid out and open all the way around, which is rarely does that happen. Usually there's a backside to the ride, but this was just out in the field. And they came down the hill, and God Almighty, if they didn't do a double take, they got in the same place. I did the 3 minute thing, but I have to confess that when they got in the second time and they were standing 3 and 4 deep around the ride. Now you got to understand, the scrambler is like 30 feet across, right? And where the fence is, and it's surrounded by people, you know. And so I played with the governor. So when I saw him coming around and about to hit that, I'd goose it and boom, ooh, my wig. Oh my God. His wig came off and he was trying to pin it. Oh, Jesus. And so after that time, they went on home, they went on down the hill. But as far as just normal things, nothing special, not trying to pull any pranks on them or anything, they just rode the scrambler. But I'm here to tell you, I can still see that shit to this day. Oh my God, it was funny. Uh, Oh my God. And they weren't frustrated or, worried about all the people watching them and laughing. It did not faze them in the least. And I was like, good on you guys. I wish to, but to this day, it's such a good laugh. And it wasn't because they were gay, but sort of, because have been people who were scared to ride. Well, I want to sit on the outside. Well, I don't want, and then one's always bumping into the other. But this particular thing, yes, because they were gay men and losing his wig during the thing, just I don't think I've ever seen anything that funny in my life. Especially for the 8 to 10 minutes combined. It was hilarious. And I let him ride for about 4 minutes the second time because he didn't have his purse. He'd already spilled that. Oh, yeah, that has nothing to do with nothing. Okay. But it was a period of time in Quincy, Florida, at least 30 years ago. I don't know if I had this piece of property or not, to tell you the truth. So it could have been 40 years ago. But the fact that these gay men were proud enough to walk in public and not be ashamed, and they had a good time, and I had a good time riding them on the ride, I got to say. And all my other carny folks up there, they were going, um, what did you do to him, Dave? And I was like, I didn't do anything. Well, you must have, because all them people were laughing, you know. And I said, I didn't do anything. I swear to God, that it was just the way they were sitting and how their personalities were, and I said, I didn't do nothing. Now the second time, I rev it up a little bit and give it a little gas. Yeah, I did do that. I am guilty of this that second time, but the first time I did my best. Here, give me your purse. And it was a big handbag. You could have put a sick kitchen sink in it, you know. Sheila, how are you? Oh, you just don't believe Sheila. She just lies on me all the time. I'm kidding. How you doing, Miss Sheila? Oh, that fish you sent over the other day. Oh my God. And I tell you, I haven't told you, but I will tell you this, Miss Sheila. I don't like cheese grits, but I like yours. After all these years of people trying to get me to eat their grits, or I just don't like them. Sorry, but I eat your cheese grits. I like them too. Yum yum. So whatever you do, kudos, because I wouldn't eat anybody else's. I've tried. Oh, if you had my grits, you would. Yeah, okay. Well, I tried them, didn't like them. Yeah, y'all, Miss Sheila and Ricky, they fine people. Yeah, I'm glad I know them now too. I'm glad they showed up last last October, September, something like that. Anyways, yeah, I told Ricky the other day. I was let's see, this is what is today? Tuesday. This is Wednesday. It must have been Saturday morning, I guess. Got up, went outside, and had me and Duggar had just stepped out of the doorway when he just did this. His ears went up and he turned his head and he took off to towards the well, and then hung a left towards your house. And I turned and looked, and there, all I could see was this big white tail above the old car back there. There's a big old white tail just right back over there. And Duggar chased. He barked once. It was like woo woo, and was gone. And when I turned to look to where he was going, all I saw was the tail, but it was above the car, and so it must have been a big, tall one just standing over there in the yard. So, how about that one, eh? But so anyway, oh yes, you do. And I think we've got some wild boar in the backyard. And I need to call me when you got a minute. You know, the reason is I want your opinion. I know you use a trail cam, and I have been meaning to get one. And so I'd like to ask your opinion on what, what type, variety, or whatever, because I have no idea. But there's a couple of places down there in the woods I'd like to put a trail cam and see what's coming up and rooting up all that dirt back there, because it's all over on my place, and I followed up because they are rooting up all over the place back there. And since there ain't no hunting season, I've had wild boar before, and it's it's different. Let me tell you, and it'd be free too. And if there's a bunch of them in both of our backyards, and rooting up what they're doing before they can have one litter, what, 3 or 4 times a year, depending, and there'd be hogs all over back there. But they didn't show up before because I've walked back there over the many years, and this neighbor on this side of me, I can never remember his name, but um, he told me that on the other side of the bridge from y'all is that big tract of land up there that some Germans own. They lease that land for hunting, where they just cleared out that big parcel. Um, but he said there's hogs all over down there, and he said, since we lease it, you can go hunt hog over there if you want. And I was like, okay, but I don't hunt that much. But he gave him permission. But so it seems like if there were a bunch of hogs on that piece of property, then they've migrated finally over the hill, over the ridge, over the dike, under the bridge, whatever, and they've made it this south on the. Have you seen any on your trail cams? I want to get a trail cam anyway because I'd like to see what's going around in certain areas. But yeah, well, I've got my 22 air rifle, and it travels at 1,000 feet per second. And I've looked at all different kinds of calibers and things. And if I hit that sucker in the head, um, I think I'd hunt one. I do have my crossbow too. So if I knew where they were traveling and how and whatever, I might set a trap for them. But anyway, it's 4:13. No, that's 4 hours and 13 minutes. Oh, I'm just curious. You know what I mean? But I want to get one too. Put it in a couple of places. Test it out. Like I've had more deer in my yard this year. I mean, up the driveway the other day when it was right over there. I mean, it's just like, yeah, it's 5:07 my time. I've been on for 4 hours and 13 minutes. That's where I was getting my 4:13 from. And I'm just going to stick around for a minute or two longer just to hang out with y'all. But in support of my 4 hours and 20 minutes, um, I'll fill up another one and then um, go lay down and get some rest. I know I was feeling ill earlier this evening, and I haven't been around enough people to like get the flu or anything, but I've I've got bad teeth, and I've had my right side jaw is just I've got to have some teeth cut out, and I've been trying to find a dentist and trying to get this, and now I'm on a new plan with my HMO, and it's probably going to take me another week or two to get all the arrangements and get everything set up and get my preferred doctor and make an appointment and all that. But I need some penicillin soon, because my whole side of my head is infected, and I know it's affecting me physically. So, okay, brother, things working out for you, SB? I think about you and send prayers your way. I know you're putting up with a bunch of crap down there. But I know y'all believe me, but I think about y'all at various times and various whatevers, and I'm always sending prayers out, just hoping that things are working out for folks, because that's what I'm supposed to do. But as the reading chapter 3 about those of us who learn these things, the elders, it is imperative that we share. It is imperative that we try to teach. It's imperative that we do this as part of our, as part of the elders' journey, And there have been many times where I've tried to deny it, nah, blah, blah, blah. But, at almost 70 years old, I am a freaking elder. You had 3 rounds of antibiotics. Yeah, my teeth have been bad for a while, and I've tried to work certain things out, and I can't go have teeth cut out without having a ride home. I might be able to get there, but if they're going to have to put me out or something, shoot me up with some really good drugs, because they're going to have to cut some of these pieces out, and I can't wait. I don't care. It's hurting so much now. I don't care. I'd almost do it without Novocaine, but not quite. Um, but they always say, who's going to drive you home? Well, I don't have anybody to drive me home, and I didn't have a dentist, and I couldn't make the appointment because I didn't know which. And now I've got a different HMO program, and I'm waiting on the information about the dentist part. So as soon as I make these adjustments, I've got a wonderful lady up around Macon who is now, she is my agent. So if I have any questions, um, if I have any questions about my HMO or doctors or whatever, I can call this lady up, and she is my agent to help step me through these things. And I talked to her last week or so. Very nice lady, got me set up, and I've got information today in the mail. And so I should be getting the rest of it any day or two now about the about dentists and things. But she's been very helpful, and I mean, even this plan even gave me a flex card. There's money prepaid on this card that um, I don't know how. She told me how much it was, but so there's an allotment of so much a month, and they pre-put it on this card. So if I need money to pay for a copay at the dentist, I can use this flex card that has money on it and help pay my premiums on prescriptions, or the whatever the copay is at the doctor or dentist. And I'm like, what? You're going to give me and so I thought it was a joke, but the card came in today. It's got my name on it, the thing, flex card, blah blah blah, and it's already pre whatever with money in it. And I was like, well, I'll be damned. So I'm really glad I talked to this lady on the phone, and I have this new plan, and it doesn't cost me any more because of my age and because I don't make much. And so that's all great. Because for the last 5 or 6 years, I haven't been to the doctor. No money have I spent through my Medicare. I haven't had any used any resources or anything like that. And so the idea that now, I have now on this program, I have to learn how, but that I can actually get rides to and from the doctor, so many per year. That's good. So I just make arrangements with these folks. I don't have to worry about somebody trying to come and get me or take me or pick me up. They have a service. Good. So now I can go to the dentist and they can knock me out and then somebody will drive me home, you know? I'm cool with that. So, and I know I'm going to have some tests at the hospital. I need to have some blood run. I need to have, they need to do a scan of my brain to find out if there's anything wrong up there because of all the abuse I've had with all the blunt trauma to my brain. Because there's something that's a little off and I can't explain it, but they're going to have, I want them to do a CAT scan at least to see if there's anything developed after all these years. Um, And internally, there's something that just doesn't feel like around my spleen. So I'd like for them to just do a whole body scan and just check me out and see if there's anything growing in there that we don't know about. Oh, singing bowls are really cool. Yeah, it'll work out. Oh, it's 4:21. I've been on here for 4 hours and 21 minutes. So good and token. Back to you, Isby. God love my friends and all, but things have just not worked out. My pride and joy that Miss Marcia that passed away 2 years ago now, and my friend Serge, they were my backups. If I needed to ride somewhere, whatever, they knew my conditions, and and my friends are gone, and so are my rides and my backups and things like that. But to know that I can call these folks up and they will take me and pick me up from the doctors, bring me home. That's what without having to interfere with somebody else. That is great for me. You know. So we'll see. Hopefully, in these next couple of weeks, I'll get these teeth cut out. I don't actually care if I get dentures because so many of my relatives and friends and folks, they all have issues with their dentures. So I don't know if I'll actually get dentures, but these broken teeth have got to come out. So, and I know it's affecting my health because the side of my face always stays infected from the teeth, and that's just not good. So I could feel a whole lot better when I get this stuff done. Um, Oh, I'm still, yeah, but earlier, yes, today, I was like really having trouble being awake and doing anything. I wanted to call the doctor today and make sure this doctor that got me listed is a doctor that I can make an appointment with. And I didn't come to my senses until like 5:30 my time, which was 6:30 Eastern Daylight. And I was like, son of a bitch. Also, all my good intentions, I couldn't wrap my head around what I had checked on the night before, the doctor and where and all that kind of stuff. Checked on his background and what is, he's got a 4.5, um, you know, folks like him kind of thing, and been in the business for 27 or 37 years as a doctor, graduated from the University of Florida in Gainesville as a doctor. And so this guy sounds like he's okay. And they picked him. So I'm like, good. So I did the background check on him and everything. So now all I got to do is make an appointment and go see what the guy's like. So he's already been approved by Medicare. So I'm good to go with that. So all I need is the appointment and get there. I'm so much closer today with having fixed and arranged some of these things that it's taken me 5 years to like get up the nerve or the balls or whatever. Then tried to I tried to get down to Dr. Harding in Quitman, but she's not listed as being on the list anymore of um, providers. So I'm like, well, and I haven't been able to get in touch with her, but she was pushing 80 and probably just isn't practicing anymore. So all of my records, 20 plus years, are, sitting down there somewhere. If she hasn't passed on or whatever, but She had breast cancer at one time and fought it, won, and but she we're all getting kind of old here. But anyway, so this doctor in Moultrie though um, sounds promising with 4 point whatever percent we liking thing. That's good. And the fact that he's been in Moultrie for 30 some years, that's good. The fact, I like the idea that he graduated from the University of Florida. They've got good school down there. And if he's been in practice for 30 some years here in Moultrie and got a good background, okay. If, I could have picked another doctor, but I wouldn't have known what his background was or anything like that. Okay. All right. I don't have, well, I do have to go to town to get some milk. But other than that, I'll be around the house tomorrow. So, yeah, I want to get up the nerve to uh, drop my gas tank out. you know, Billy, Billy something. Um, I can't remember. I was trying, as I was sitting here yapping, I was trying to, like, his name's Billy, and he's out there in that little complex, just next to the hospital out there in one of them courts, or but I can't remember his last name. But he says he's been in Moultrie for 37 years, so or something like that. But anyway, yeah. So I'm working it out. I'm a lot closer than I was, and at times I feel more ditzy than normal. Uh, Sometimes I'm so ditzy that it's like Duggar has to remind me, that he needs to get fed, you know. And it's not because I'm oh that I've smoked too much. It ain't that. So there are some days that I'm really having trouble being lucid. Um, and it doesn't really scare me, but it it is perplexing, and I would like them to scan my head to see if there's anything going on up there. What happens to you that you have um, I've been a space pilot for a bunch of years, induced by myself, but I have become a space pilot without having anything induced being induced. And I mean, I have taken a bunch of stuff and I know the meaning of a space pilot. But, nowadays I'm like, wow, I don't really want to be a space pilot today. And it's really foggy. And there are times when I'm like, I look at the clock and go, okay. And what seems like been 10 minutes to me ends up being 3 or 4 hours. And I go, wow, son of a bitch, here we go again with this time distortion, whatever. But for me now, they're like yesterday, um, it almost seemed like I was in the dream time. And although I was slept more than I wanted to, and my brain didn't, when I woke up, was just, you know, foggy, it almost seemed like I'd been on a mission while I was out there. And, it's one of them things it's hard to describe, but there were some things that just seemed so real in the dream. And I woke up with like, what the mess with this was that? And just not really just be goofy headed for several hours. And, going outside and doing little chores around the house, just puttering. But as far as being able to like follow through on something, like that ain't happening. And today was just kind of an odd day that way too, but had some weird stomach stuff going with it. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm still here, and it's not a complaint. It is an observation, and I do need to get a checkup. But I got to tell you, I'm so much closer to that than I was 2 days ago. So, or let's say a week ago. So, y'all say a quiet prayer that I will, carry through, that's the biggest thing, that I will carry through on this, and that I'll stay lucid enough to call the doctor and make an appointment, and follow through on it. Because that's all I really need, is to be able to follow through on it. So I was almost there today till I looked at the clock and realized it was 6:30. Son of a bitch. Okay. So anyway, good and token. It's 4 hours and 30 minutes. So somebody said, "Are you, weirding out on dying again?" I said, "No, they're they're. I know me better than anybody else, and something's just weird. And it might be nothing, but something just feels weird. And I would rather know that there ain't something growing in me that I can't blame this on anybody. And so many people have done their best, but at some point, it is my responsibility to follow through on my own stuff. Now, I just pray that tomorrow's going to be a more lucid day, because I've been waiting on the right information. Now that I have the information, I just need to follow through on it now, because, a week ago, I didn't have any of this stuff. I didn't have this plan. I didn't have all the stuff. At the time, I didn't know that I'd already been assigned a doctor in Moultrie. So I just need to follow through. So yeah, yeah, Chloe, I understand that. I am grateful, but sometimes these little journeys that I seem to go on are like, whoa. When I get back, it's like, for me, back in the day when I did mushrooms and acid, it was the day after tripping, to where you just kind of like, ooh, la, 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 and it's real, but it ain't real. And you're here, but you ain't. And sometimes you catch yourself just staring out the window. Um, and I do have stuff I want to get done. Don't get me wrong. So to find out that I looked at the clock at 12 o'clock, and I've sat here, maybe checked the internet, watched the YouTube video, listened to something on the radio, and what seems like maybe 30 minutes has been 4 or 5 hours. And what? So, and not really kind of remembering exactly what I did, but I was doing something. But then there's this spatial differential. Now, because I've been hit in the head so many times, and that I'll be 70, I need to have my brain checked. Best. Uh, I know that I have an infection in my jaw because of my teeth, which could very well, I could have an infection in my brain that could be causing this differential, because my teeth were bad, yes, but they weren't infected. And since they have been infected here this last month or so, to where it's really bothering me instead of just off and on, and that my jaw swelled up, my cheek is swelled up, and I have an infection. And so there have been people who have died from infections in the jaw to the brain. So I not to be fearful, but I need to follow through on this. So my cloudiness, but to my point, I didn't have this information until today. and I didn't get it till about 2:30 or 3 o'clock. So my window of I've got the information versus calling the doctor, I'll get it tomorrow because I've got the information now. I know who he is, and I have logged on to the website. My account is open. I have a password, username, blah, 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 blah. And so I didn't have that 3 days ago. So I've made a lot of progress. So all I need to do is just go a little bit closer. Yeah, but I went the CAT scan because I've had 25 blows to the head. That's why I went the CAT scan. I've had serious frontal. I've got scars. And I've been hit. I had there was a sliding door on a truck, and I was looking outside to back up, and the door slid and slammed against this side of my head, and this side of my temple hit the doorpost, and it's bam, boom. And so there are times when my temples hurt, and that happened 40 years ago. But do I still have pain from it and weirdness? Yeah. And the tree limb that fell on my head that knocked me out. The time I was beat up in Tallahassee and they put me in the hospital for 3 days. The car accident that put me in the hospital for 3 weeks with a head concussion. My head has been banged up a lot, and only a couple of those things were my fault. It was usually from some other thing. So the reason I want a CAT scan of my head is because of all of the trauma that I've had. And I can just tell a difference in um, it's almost like what's that when you stand up real quick? What's that thing? Hugs to you. Thank you, ST. Oh, I will. I'm like I said, I'm so much closer than I was, you know, 3 days ago. So I'm on it. The fact that it's taken me this long to do the doctor thing and everything. But I've been hit in the back of the head. I was in an accident that was not my fault. We were hit from behind, and the impact threw my head backwards, and I broke the window. Um, and then the momentum threw me forward, and I hit my head forward on and broke the window um, in the front, and that was back in '72, I think. Before I moved, I was still in Tampa, and as a result of that accident, was one of the reasons why I moved up here. Yes, infections can grow really fast, and I've had a very old couple of um, antibiotics that I have been every other day. I take one, and it has helped me. So I know it's an issue. So if I can get to the regular doctor, I can get a prescription for antibiotics while I'm waiting to go see the dentist. So I can fight the infection and try to prep for that while I'm trying to find a doctor and get an appointment. Because finding an oral surgeon um, that ain't booked up or whatever. So but I'll figure it out. Like I said, I didn't have this plan a week ago, and now that I've already made all this progress on it, I'm good. It'll be all right. And if you don't hear from me in a couple of days, somebody can bitch at me. you know, have you done your homework? Yes, I promise. I'm going to do it because they hurt too bad. And having an infection and knowing that it can like kill you, when the infection can get into the brain. And no, 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 we don't need that. So let me nip this in the bud. And that could be what's causing my fogginess. So, hey, Kill two birds with one stone, But anyway, I love y'all. I'm gonna go to bed now and dream of calling the doctor in the morning. Called the doctor, woke him up, and said, "Doctor, ain't there nothing I can take?" I said, "Doctor, to relieve this belly ache." He said, "Put the lime in the coconut and drink them both together. Put the lime in the coconut and you feel better. Put the lime in the coconut and drink them both down. Put the lime in the coconut." Called the doctor, woke him up and said, "Doctor, ain't there nothing I can take?" I said, "Doctor, to relieve this belly ache." I said, "Doctor, put the lime in the coconut and drink them both together." Yeah, that's exactly right, Chloe. And I found some like mouthwash kind of antiseptic thing, a bottle that I'd had prescription stuff. So, and I can mouthwash with it. I'm using clove as my painkiller, but it it's gone beyond. I'm ashamed that it's taken this long, but now that I have this new plan and stuff, okay, this is the straw that the camel's back. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, for whatever reason, what for every excuse I had, well, I don't have a ride, and I don't have a this, I don't. All that is going to be taken care of real soon because of this new HMO plan. So, thank you to the the great HMO plan, and thank you that I qualified for all these little extra things because I'm so freaking poor. And thank you to the universe that I was able to get in touch with this lady and get these things done. So if I have any trouble, I can call her, and she can help me go through whatever. So I've got an agent now where I didn't have anything like that before. And phone call away, and she'll usually return the call uh, within 12 or 24 hours at least, depending. So and she cares. She's a really nice lady. So had a good conversation. I feel good about that. And if I'm having trouble with something where my brain's too foggy, I don't have to try to get somebody else involved because she's now my agent. Thank you, Medicare. Little things like this help help those of us who need little help like that. So, good night, everybody. Uh, Thank you, Esty, Isby, and Chloe. Um, I'm not telling you this to like get brownie points or prayers. I'm saying this because if I tell y'all and I don't follow up on it, I'm going to feel really guilty and ashamed. And, I'm like, oh my God. Well, did you do it yet? No. I don't want to go there. So by telling y'all, then it means I got to follow through. And with any luck, it'll be tomorrow. So, anyway, thank you all for hanging out with me. I One of the reasons I haven't hung out much lately is because of the pain in my jaw and everything. So don't feel much like sitting up, and the pain's so bad, chatting just ain't in there. So, but I'm not here to complain. You know, I'm very grateful at my age and with all the trauma that I've had to my head that I can still have conversations, albeit a little scatterbrained over 5 hours worth of YouTube video. But I'm very grateful to the universe. I made it the last 5 or 6 years without going to a doctor, without taking any pills. And, I'm part of the reason why I didn't push only a small part. Getting to a dentist or whatever was physically impossible for me at the time. But now with this Medicare and getting rides, not an issue. I don't have to worry about how am I going to get there and get back. Not an issue. And so, and it has been honestly. Um, but I've had so much done to me over the years. Operations, my leg, three operations on my left leg, three operations on my neck. I've been poked and prodded, and I used to glow in the dark from all the X-rays they did on me. I've had broken ribs, uh, you know, sprained this. I, almost cut my fingers off. There's been so many things that I have had some kind of medical treatment for. Um, and so, I really ain't scared of them, but I don't really like them. There's a lot of disease hanging around some of them places. And uh, if I have to go to the hospital, um, I'm not really scared of the procedures. I've had, complete body scans and bone scans and all this kind of stuff over the years. So that ain't nothing to me. Or being in that magnet thing, that ain't nothing. Makes my head feel weird when I get out of the magnetic, what you call it, the MRI, right? Yeah, magnetic resonance imaging. Yeah. But anyway, so at my age, going to a hospital is like, oh, holy shit, am I ever going to come home? Who's going to take care of the dog? I mean, issues like that. So, but if I've got a ride and I've got a doctor and I've got these other things covered, we can, Duggar can stay home and Miss Sheila can check on him when, if I'm not home from whatever, since they are right next door. They Duggar knows them. He's over in their yard practically. So it would be easy for them to take care of Duggar if for some reason I was late coming home or something like that. So um, and that does make that easier because I didn't have any arrangements like that because I didn't know my neighbor last year. So yeah, I got some more pipe and everything the other day. I realized one of the reasons why I hadn't drilled it is because I didn't have any pipe to go any further than I already am. And I went, oh, at some point, months, years ago, I was supposed to get some more 3/4 inch pipe. And oddly, it was fine. It was hard to find. Unless I got it in 20-foot lengths and I had to cut it myself or whatever. And that wasn't working. And it was almost $100 for a stick of this stuff. So, but I bought a couple of 4-foot lengths and a couple of 3-foot lengths and couplings. So it'll be easier to go down those small amounts, pull up, unscrew it, pull it up, unscrew it to get the whole thing out. So I got enough to go about 26 feet now with the extra that I got. So, but yeah, I'm getting ready to. I'm in that area where I want to drill the well too. So I was hoping that my granddaughter and some folks was going to be here by now, and they were going to help me with this. Oh, we promised. Okay, but I'm getting other stuff ready. Like I checked all around and I realized, oh my God, I can't drill because I don't got no pipe. So I took care of that. So I have enough pipe to go down at least another. Let's see, eight. What's 8 and 6? Because two 3-footers and two 4-footers. So there's 8 foot and 6 foot. Is that 12? Anyway, so I got that much to go on down. And if I could get another 12 foot, that'd be it. That'd be really cool. But anyway, I love you all. Sweet dreams. I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the many weird blessings in the universe that come at strange times. Um, they may not come when you want them, but they'll come when they're needed. I continue to pray that each and every day, because every day that Duggar and I go outside, we continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which is cool to me, I consider every day continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And don't push the river upstream. Some folks, like I was reading tonight, in some of the ceremonies and things, you have to just allow it. You can't force it. You can't. And there are a lot of people who need to learn the patience because in my almost 70 years, a lot of time was spent when, when I was like earlier on, I was like, how do I get this? Like taking acid and eating mushrooms and taking the shortcut. And since I haven't done any of those things in quite a few years, um, the I don't want to say I can hear it easier, but I'm not the day I can remember it the day after usually. Where if I did some mushrooms and got really high, had a really good trip, it was a really good experience, but the next day was spotty about what I could remember of what I experienced or whatever. So by not being on any type of hallucinogen, I'm having those types of intimate whatever with the universe, but I kind of sort of remember them the next day, and I don't have that that drugged out feeling of being up for 24 hours on tripping your nads off. But anyway, so continue to reject that negative stuff. And again, you hear anybody talking about that monkeypox and stuff and trying to be, just say, listen, the numbers aren't in yet. Please don't fret. You know, they've lied to us before, and we should be able to see. And there's that recent video of Billy Gates admitting that, that vaccine and everything, oh, it wasn't as bad as we thought. And the mortality rate, and it was mostly in the aged, and because they're planning another one. And they thought that COVID was going to be all these deaths and things, and it didn't work out for him. And he admitted it in this video. And him and his colleagues, or whatever his groups are. So this idea that, they're trying to push these other agendas. So if he was wrong and they were dead wrong about the COVID thing and him pushing all the vaccines and things, if he's behind this, any of this monkeypox stuff, you can bet it's a lie because they have over evaluated. Oh, well, it wasn't like we thought. It wasn't what we figured. It wasn't what we freaking planned. So that's how you tell. They've already shown their cards, and all we got to do is just pay attention because they're admitting it. They're doing it live and in public and on video. So and people are seeing it and going, "What did he just say?" I don't have to make this up. I didn't have to put this in his head. He said it on his own. Hmm. So there's a lot of interesting things coming up for us. And there's a lot. Oh, by the way, since I got your attention for a minute, some of the latest on the UFO stuff is that the CIA and the national, whatevers, and the Navy, because they're obviously involved with the UFOs and USOs and the EB thingies or whatever's flying around. Um, that there's a lot of evidence that they're going to try something like Project Bluebeam. They are going, the idea that Werner von Braun said years ago that, one of the things they were going to try was this and this and this and an alien invasion. Well, with all the UFO hype and all the, I've been seeing things. A lot of y'all have been seeing things, and I don't think it's the government doing it. They might be part of the one side or the other. And then there's the Charistus group, and then there are these other groups, and there's proof that you can see, of things going on. So it's like government, yes or no. But there's a very big issue with what the CIA, they had a hearing the other day, and it was about what? Oh, it was about, you know, anybody that talks about certain things about in the UFO community, they want to stifle it. And it's like, what? Wait a minute. I thought there was going to be open discourse, but it has to do with engineering things, like how it flies, if it's made out of a certain metal or whatever. So they don't want people talking about the technology that may be associated with some other race or, XET alien, somebody, right? And then there's the guy in Canada who said, well, there's 12 or 13 alien races out there, and Dante's talked about, the alien races book somewhere. I've still got a copy of it on a hard drive or something. And there's, like 80 of them or something like that, or there's 30, there's a bunch of them. It ain't one or two, it ain't 12 or 13, it's a bunch more, and some of them are good and some of them aren't, you know but this idea that there's, because of recent events, the CIA and some of these hearings and stuff that they've been having, like last week or so, is really kind of creepy in what they've been saying and how they sort of want to control the narrative, and that these folks who want to see us dead by 2030, they're the next thing they have not tried yet on their list of stuff. They've tried pandemics. They're doing all these other things. The next thing in line is the dun, da, 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 alien invasion. So it ought to be interesting. Dante has, one of his recent videos showed that, they're the reason they're taking over certain places in the Ukraine is because there have been these nests of some of these mater, and that he's even shown tanks that they're going after the Vlash, and these others are going into the certain places, and they're trying to drive out the mater who've been there for 1,000 years or more, up in the mountains, and because that was a hotbed for a long time for these other races. So, there's proof of that. And I mentioned it a couple of months ago. I said, listen, there is, there's a nest in the Ukraine and over in there, and they're over there trying to take care of it. And he came out with a video the other day and he said exactly that. And I was like, thumbs up. There you go. I didn't have any inside information. It's just by watching what he's put out on his channel and watching myself what's going on in the Ukraine and these types of things. It was like, no. And when I said a week or so ago, I said, it was like, ooh, where is he? There hadn't been anything out. And then, like the next day or two, something comes out. And I said, he's hunkered down. They've had to move, they've had to relocate. And within the next 2 or 3 days, he had done a video. And, about the colors of different races of all things. So that should be interesting. But the idea, though, that they, that the reason that the Russians are over there are there these certain Charistus groups that are actually trying to rid the area of those nasty aliens. Now, not everybody believes that, but there are Russians and Ukrainians who believe it because they live there. Okay. And they know what's going on over there. So this idea of sending $40 billion worth of weapons over there, they're going to give it to the aliens to try to take over Moscow. This is just stupidity. But so, um, the things that Dante showed the other day with the V on the tanks and the others with these other markings. And I was like, there you go. And he goes, no, these guys are going after this group and these tanks are going after that group. And what? So um, there's more to the story, and these folks really want to see us dead one way or the other, but we just can't buy into their stuff. But they're going to try everything in the books to try to upset us, pit us against each other. I think that was one of the reasons he did that video yesterday, I think, was that the different colors of alien races. There are purples and blues and browns and different shades of green and, okay, dope. And that there are so many colors we as humans can't see, but the Charistus group can see because of their genetics and so forth. So it's like, okay, but here's an interesting, so there's this alien that other aliens can see because they're of a certain color, but we can't see them. Can we see anything about them? Can we see their spacesuit, or um, can we actually interact with a being that could be absolutely translucent to us? Uh, that would be interesting. But in talking about the colors and of the Charistas, that they never went to war. They argued, they had discussions, but they never fought one another. And I was like, now that's really interesting. So here we are in situations that people on the planet need to learn. We need to quit fighting amongst each other. But, there are crazy people that go in and shoot things. There are folks that set it up. We know this by the Montauk program and programming of just people and stuff in general. So in the old days, it was the Manchurian Candidate, and so it was this person who had been brainwashed. Picks up the phone, they whisper something in his ear, and he turns into the Manchurian Candidate, the assassin, right? So how many movies have we seen about that? But there's proof that trigger words and things, and why are certain groups or people or age groups or whatever affected by certain things. um, Implants, well, it's implanted at least suggestively and subliminally, so they hear a trigger word and off they go with a gun, you know so they're trying their best to hit us with everything they got. So with this idea of the CIA and them are now, instead of disclosure, they're really worried about this alien invasion thing, where they're bringing in Homeland Security, and they're having um, congressional and whatever talks about this stuff. So that's from a government standpoint, especially with Biden as the president, a turn of events in this realm within the government. This There's something cooking. Something's going on, whether it's the alien invasion or something, but their rhetoric and what they're discussing and the rules and laws and certain things they've been talking about of UFOs. Here's a very interesting thing. The CIA and Homeland Security are worried about all of a sudden about alien stuff. What? Where before it was like, nah, 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 nah. Now they're having security meetings. Need to keep an eye on that. Um, Dark Journalist talked about it along with the old professor dude that he has on. I can't think of his name, but go to Dark Journalist and see one of his recent videos with the eminent professor that I can't remember his name, but it was done just this last week. So go check it out. They had a lot of good information about this weirdness that's going on. And we really need to kind of keep an eye on it. I don't know what we would do about it, but we need to keep an eye on it, that they don't fake us out, or that, the real aliens, that SD, I believe you're right about that difference. Yeah. Um, but there, so it's the discussion. It's who's discussing it. Homeland Security and the National Security Council, and the CIA. Uh, why not the CIA? That's like, wait a minute, hang on. The biggest liars in the world, but they're worried about something because they're having these meetings and so forth, and they're worried about something. I'd be curious as to whether or not the CIA is worried that there may be a fake invasion, or that the fake invasion is really real. So if somebody has been perpetuating this lie within the agencies and so forth, and come to find out that the lies that they've been spreading in this narrative within the groups that we don't really hear about, as, oh my God, what if, what if their fake scenario is the real scenario? But they think it's the fake one. It's the wag the dog, when the higher ups are going, um, we, no, this, no, we are really here. This isn't fake. And we're not going to let them get away with this. We're going to step out and wave at y'all. And, so it's going to be interesting, because some of these people involved, they know that these other folks exist, because the prime minister, the minister of defense or whatever, that the Canadian guy, the Paul Hilliard or whatever, anyway, who came out and said, oh yeah, there's 5 or 6 of these groups. And then he comes out a couple of years later and says, well, I was mistaken. There wasn't just 5 or 6 or 7. There's been 12 or more of these alien races. Oh yeah. So this idea that the cat's out of the bag has been out for a long time. And SD, I absolutely agree with you in that whatever's going on now, the bad guys, them guys, they did not expect this particular outcome at the moment, and who's doing what and who's talking about. And, so the narrative, which they're losing control over, they got to try to rein people into, so they can keep control of that, thought process. But they've already lost it in a lot of ways. Most people believe there are some kind of aliens out there. They've seen, years ago, I was watching, they had a live feed on, the International Space Station. I don't know if they still do, but, I was watching it, and this humongous came over the rise of Earth, and sitting there is this gigantic monster of a spaceship. I almost shit my pants. And I'm like, what? And the screen went dark. And then I watched it, it was still there, and it was like, you know, it was there, but it wasn't. And then about 5 minutes later, the camera pops back on. And it's the ISS again, and it's looking down at the Earth, and I'm going, wow. And then within 3 minutes of watching this and going, I wonder what that was, it comes around the Earth a little ways, and there sits another great big giant, I mean, huge spaceship, and the screen goes dark again. And I was like, you got to be kidding. And I mean, it was on the NASA website, and I was running it through my television, so big screen, everything. But that spaceship was so clear, it was so huge. And so, you look at the sun, you see all these spaceships zipping by when they're taking videos and, pictures of the sun and all that, you know. Of course they're here. Um, I'm just hoping that the good guys are winning us all, you know. So we'll see, and so so because of that, if the Russian soldiers and the Azazians and the Christos and all are taking care of the bad guys, and they are making headways over there, then that looks good for the good guys, you know? And so these tormentors who want to nuke us, gas us, poison us, and whatever can't do that. Or it's going to be a lot harder for them to follow through on everything. So this chaos that's going on now with, supply and demand, baby formula, gas prices, the whole thing, we will never see the good old days again. So as Dante has like mentioned, 2017 to 2023, 22, the period we're in now, um, after all the lockdowns and everything, do you honestly think that we can ever feel normal again? There's still people wearing masks. There's people freaked out about the monkeypox. There's people freaked out about Bill Gates. There's people, which you could be scared about that, but to the point though that most of it has turned out to be fraudulent, and only through observation and and time. Oh, thanks, David. I appreciate it. I'm gonna get her done. But so um, the idea, though, that the CIA and Homeland Security and somebody else is like really worried about the UFOs now is you just got to scratch your head and go, "What's up with that?" You know. So, my dear friends, it's daylight outside now, and I got to get some sleep, and so I can call the doctor in the morning. Woke him up and said, "Doctor, ain't there nothing I can take." So be lovely, my friends, and don't panic. If there's something on the shelf, um, you know, my grandparents and their parents did without a lot of things through the Great Crash, through World War II, and all the things that they had to give up and not have. They were on food rations. And are there weird things going on? Yes. Food production plants and canneries and stuff. Yes. Are they? Is yes. The answer is yes. You know, and they just want us dead because of Agenda 21. So we're in this mix, and we just got to be brave, have courage, and when they try to scare us to death, don't buy into it, but make sure you got your essentials. If if this is ever a time to be prepping, and if people haven't, out west with Lake Mead and how low the water is and how fast it's draining, um, yeah, that's going to be a cluster. You hear me? So, good morning, everybody. Sleep well. Talk to the water. The invasion V was here for then. Now our arrival is a fact. It is. Yeah, yeah. And some of the good guys that have been trying to help us out for years that have been working in the background. I agree with you, ST. So y'all have a great day. All right. And yes, I'm going to follow through on this because I promised y'all I would. So, um, so to beg out and not be embarrassed, I'll make sure I call the doctor. Woke him up and said, Doctor. Anyway, I love you. Please be safe. And yeah, if you ain't prepared for certain things, if this ain't a warning with the water going down in Lake Mead, now what does that mean? Because here's the addendum to what I was talking about before. Them 41 million people are going to have to go somewhere. Think about 40 million people having to move, migrate, or otherwise not live where they live anymore because there's no water and the electricity is only spotty because of the conditions. Think if only half of those people moved. If only 50, if only 10 million people had to move, that's a big migration. Just stop and think about that. So, is the water in Lake Mead and it going down and everything, is it an issue? Issue? You betcha. Not just for them, but where are those people going to go when they have depended on living in a desert supported by a lake full of water that ain't full no more? Where are they going to go? East. They'll be headed towards us or further north, but there's not a whole lot more water north, but they're going to be heading east. They're going to be heading towards the Mississippi River. They're going to be heading towards water, fresh water. So, anyway, be safe. I love you all. Wish I could. Yeah, face east. I don't, I'm really worried for those people out west. I have been for a while. And having been on the lake and knowing what it looked like at its prime and seeing it now and knowing that people that has lived there and fished it and watched it go down, they're heartbroken. It breaks my heart. And I was only there for a day and I was so impressed. But having, watched the water go down this last 6 months more than normal, um, and thinking, where are those people going to go? I mean, honest to God, no, where are they going to go? Um, they can't take their house with them. They can't take their property. They can only take whatever belongings. But if they don't have water and or electricity or both, where are they going to go? It's going to be interesting. That's all I got to say. So I love you all. Have a great day. And be kind to your neighbor because sometimes they're really cool people, like my neighbors are. So until next time, be safe.